Welcome you all for the 2 days national seminar NAC sponsored. The importance of outcome-based education in. May I now request you all rise to your feet for the prayer song. Thank you everyone. Train your mind to see the good in everything. Positivity is a choice. The happiness of your life depends on the quality of your thoughts. With this famous quote, I would like to invite Dr. K.B. Dhanabalakrishnan sir, head of the department Aero, having experience of 7 years in industry and more than 22 years in teaching, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning to everyone who all have taken our invitation and who have joined for this wonderful NAC sponsored 2 days national seminar, which is being organized on the online mode. The theme of this 2 day national seminar is the importance of outcome based education in a modern educational setup. On behalf of Hindustan Institute of Technology, on behalf of the IQAC cell of our institution, on behalf of the management, on behalf of our beloved principal, we extend a very, very warm welcome to more than 258 participants who have joined this program online through WebEx and through viewing through the YouTube. So, on behalf of our institution, first and foremost, we extend a warm welcome to everyone, and we request you all to kindly take part in this two-day program and get benefited to the maximum. We have more than 258 participants representing several institutions. First and foremost, we are very happy in welcoming Dr. V. Evelyn Brinda, Professor, Electrical and Electronics Engineering, and she's also the director for the Center for Online and Distance Education, Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences, Coimbatore. Madam, we extend a warm welcome to you. Madam, are you there?
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the welcome.
Thank you, madam. And before I finish this customary role of extending the welcome address, we would like to touch upon and highlight the professional summary of today's chief guest, Dr. V. Evelyn Brinda, a very seasoned training and development manager offering more than 21 years of experience in educating professionals on academics and soft skills. She is an expert in organizing training programs for various nature of employees, and she's also involving in the initial induction of trainees, and she carries them up to the leadership program for senior executives. She's an expert in designing curricula and training programs aligning with institutions' strategic goals, mission, and vision while consistently pursuing opportunities to improve. She's also an outstanding interpersonal communication and developer of innovative teaching pedagogies and andragogy to drive professional development of various individuals in diverse roles. The core skills include training that organizational skills and a big picture approach. Madam, we feel it very deemingly fit that you have joined us to inaugurate this 2 days national seminar on the importance of outcome based education in a modern educational setup. Once again, we extend a warm welcome to you, madam.
Thank you very much, sir.
Also, we take privilege in welcoming our beloved principal, Dr. C. Natarajan, Principal, Hindustan Institute of Technology, who has joined us to deliver the presidential address. Sir is of a great support to all the programs that we initiate from our side. We have great pleasure and we are very much privileged to welcome our beloved principal, Dr. C. Natarajan, sir, for this program. Also, we are very happy in welcoming the professor and coordinator of IT, Dr. S.R. Rajabalayanan, who has taken all the pains of organizing this program, along with our own faculty, Mr. Maheshwaran of Department of Aeronautical Engineering, in organizing this program. We have participants from PSG College of Arts and Science, Sri Krishna College, Sri Ishwar College of Engineering, Nehru Institute of Engineering and PA College of Engineering and Technology, Akshaya Engineering College, Sri Venkateswara High Tech College, Excel Engineering College Namakkal, Kongu Engineering College Perundurai, Kalasalingam Academy of Research and Education, Ramco Institute of Technology, Hindustan College of Engineering and Technology, Hindustan Institute of Technology, and we are all able to see participants from Sri Saraswati Tyagaraja College, Pollachi, and many more institutions. We are very happy to have you all for this program, and definitely we have a galaxy of speakers who have been aligned by our coordinators to conduct this program. We have Dr. S. Bhaskar, Professor, Mechanical Engineering, Kumaraguru College of Technology, Coimbatore. Today's chief guest herself, Dr. Evelyn Brinda, Dr. B. Anand, Professor, Electronics and Instrumentation Engineering, Hindustan College of Engineering and Technology, Coimbatore, Dr. A. Milton, Professor, Electronics and Communication Engineering, St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering, Nagargoil, to be the experts in delivering the topics and the themes on this importance of outcome-based education in a modern educational setup. So once again, we have great pleasure in welcoming all the participants, all the coordinators, all the volunteers, and all the faculty members who have joined here for this wonderful program. Thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Success is the result of perfection, hard work, loyalty, and persistence. Our principal, Dr. C. Natarajan sir, has many achievements during his tenure as placement head, successfully trained and placed many students besides developing number of MOUs with leading corporates. We are fortunate to have here such a highly experienced and academically popular person as our principal. I would like to call upon our beloved principal, Dr. C. Natarajan sir, to
Respected and beloved Dr. S.R. Rajabalayanan, Director from IQAC, respected and beloved Dr. K.P. Dhanapalakrishnan, Head Department of Aeronautical Engineering, faculty members from all departments, various participants from various institutions, faculty members from various institutions. At the outset, I'm very happy to be one among you on this NAC-sponsored 2-day seminar on the importance of outcome-based education in a modern educational setup. First of all, I would like to who was unable to join here but has helped us in conducting this 2-day seminar under NAC sponsorship. So for the faculty members who have joined for this program and for the chief guest, let me brief about the institution first. So this institution was started in the year 2007, approved by AICTE and permanently affiliated by Anna University, Chennai. We have been accredited by NAC with A grade, and 4 of our departments, namely Aero, Computer Science, Electronics, and Mechanical, are accredited by NBA. We have big syllabus. A lot of initiatives have been taken. We have been placed in the band excellent category in Atal ranking of institutions on innovation achievements, that is ARIA. We have been ranked by many magazines in the top 100 all over India. We are progressing in a very good manner. We have also received funds from various funding agencies to the tune of 1 crore of rupees for various research projects and for conducting conference, workshop, etc. So with this, I believe the importance of outcome-based education is the need of hour, because both the NAC and NBA are in line with year onwards. State government also feels that skill-based courses has to be adopted across the institutions, and that is the reason we have been called and we have been asked to undergo courses, skill-based courses, which is essential for the students to get their employment as well as to get their employment and as well as to become entrepreneurs with the help of their creativity. So this is the reason we follow each and every activity that is governed by the apex body AICTE, Anna University or state government. Earlier, we all know that the process is measured by outputs. With the help of input, the process has been done, and based on the outputs, we have been measured and we have been assessed the quality. But now, the outcome-based education has come into effect. Everyone knows and understands that the importance of making the student understand each and everything and making the students to get multi-skill opportunities inside the institutions are very much necessary. And that is the reason each and every part, knowledge part, skill part, attitude part, or behavior part. Every part has to be assessed for each and every student, which is the most important role in this outcome-based education. To be precise, knowledge is not only enough, skill is mostly required. Probably we teach the students, but how we give the skills to the students is most important. And that is the aspects that comes in the outcome-based education. Faculty members should also understand that this is the need of the hour, and definitely we have to be trained so that we can definitely impart the same to the students in terms of this outcome-based education. Each and every faculty member are expert in certain subjects, and for their subjects, they understand how the students has to be given the delivery for their own subjects. And with this, only if each and every faculty member cooperates and gives this delivery for that particular graduate, when he comes out of the institution, he will receive all types of activities. And there is also one thing to understand, that the project which he does when he comes to the final year is a mix of all the subjects which he learns and all the skills which he acquires during the period of 3 years, 3.5 years. This has to be made effective for each and every graduate, and that is the expectation of the higher education institutions by the AICT and ministry. The ministry also expects that, particularly technical education institutions, the students should have that creative thinking and innovation. Lot of initiatives have been taken by the MHRD. Most of them might know also. There are a lot of competitions, which includes Smart India Hackathon, all those things. We have a lot of problems in most of the ministries and industries. Industries pose problems and expect the solutions from the higher education institutions, which in turn we understand that these problems can be given solutions only by the technical students. So with this, I believe each and every topic which they are handling, the resource persons are experienced, and I believe they'll throw a lot of lights for the faculty members who are attending this program. And I also expect that these 2 day seminar will be more useful for the faculty members who are new for this process, or who are also uh, have experience, also will gain more experience with this process. So with this, once again, I congratulate the IQAC of Hindustan Institute of Technology and the Department of Aeronautical Engineering for organizing this 2 day seminar for the benefit of the faculty members and also for the benefit of the institution. So thank you for the opportunity given to me. Thank you one and all. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Never stop dreaming. Your vision can guide to great things, but you need to patient and give up. Don't give up on yourself or an idea that might seem slow in coming. It just might need a little more time to germinate and become strong. It's my pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Dr. V. Evelyn Brinda Ma'am, Professor, Electrical and Electronic Engineering, Director, Center for Online and Distance Education, Karunya Institute of Technology and Sciences. I would like to invite you, ma'am, to deliver the inaugural address.
Respected Principal Sir, Dr. C. Nadarajan, Dr. S.R. Rajapalayam Sir, Coordinator of IQAC, and Dr. Dhanabalakrishnan Sir, HOD of Aeronautical Engineering. A very warm welcome and good morning to all of the other participants. I'm extremely happy to be associated with Hindustan Institute of Technology, who has taken up this great initiative to conduct an online national level seminar on a very interesting topic, that is the need or importance of outcome-based education in the modern educational setup. I thank the management for taking this great initiative, and I also thank them for inviting me to be a part of this great initiative. I hope I'm clearly audible, Dr. Jeevaratnam sir.
Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
So, dear participants, when I see this participants from different parts of the country and also from different institutions joining, I'm able to understand how eager you are to develop yourself in your profession, which is most important. And on this behalf, I would like to add a few points as an inaugural address. As teachers, we should be kept abreast. We should keep ourselves abreast of what's happening in and around us, other than our subject or other than the area in which we have got our education. So, in that aspect, I would like to share my screen and talk to you about one interesting topic as an inaugural address. I hope my screen is audible, visible.
Yes, ma'am.
So, dear teachers, we have been hearing about our principal giving a very good, introduction to the topic. Was talking about the importance of OBE, and he was talking about the need of OBE for the current situation. And I was very happy also to note that major growth of Hindustan Institute of Technology, and I wish them all the luck for even more growth to come to their portal. Now, in this regard, as teachers, we always, tend to learn more about our subject. We tend to learn more about our area of focus or our area of research, and then we go deep into it. We do research in that. We publish papers. We tend to collaborate with people who work in that area, and then we flourish. Earlier days, teaching was like walking on the park, but now teaching is like walking on the Jurassic Park. Even though it is a joke, this has a lot of meaning into this. So now let me just take you through. For some, you may have read through this. For some, this may be really shocking. Why do we need this OBE system brought in? What does this bring a change? What is the necessity of OBE being made compulsory in all institutions? With what aspect government is making it mandatory for all institutions? Earlier it was only for technical institutions. Now it has been even extended to arts and science and management as well. And what is the necessity for government to do this? There is a big background study, and there are many researchers who have worked on this and found out that is because of the change in the generational attitude of the students who are sitting in our classroom. Now, we have to deal with two kinds of students. One is we will be having Gen Y. Okay, they are called as millennial students. The number of millennial students in the college may be less, but then a remarkable number of students in any institution currently would belong to Gen Z. All those students born after the year of 2002 are called as Gen Z students, Generation Z students. And is it necessary that we should get to know about Generation Z students? Yes, they have remarkably different characteristics. It might be really shocking for some of you who have not gone through this. Let me just share a few that I found interesting. And that is the reason why, OBE has been made a real important thing in educational setup. And I like this title, whoever coined the title, congratulations. The modern educational setup. That is something that really attracted me in the title. So when you say modern educational setup, the setup also means the students who sit in the classroom. So let me quickly go through some of the remarkable features of Gen Z. Number one, Gen Z are brought up in a different style. The parenting style itself has completely shifted. Earlier, some of our parents were educated, Some of our parents were uneducated too. So we had a mix of both educated as well as uneducated parents. But now I could say the majority of the Gen Z students who come to our class are brought up by educated parents. This has a lot to do with the education setup as well. I'm sure you understand it. Number two, they live in a multi-generational household. Because of a lot of technology growth, because of high healthcare developments, we can see that they are able to grow in a multi-generational household. Though they are nuclear family, they have connections with their grandparents. Okay, and this is not all. It's all not my own thoughts. I have taken this from a research, the presentation that I make right now. Number three, if we carefully, reflect upon their school education system in a class, in the school itself, they would have introduced all these terminologies like inclusive classroom, differentiated instructions, collaborative learning, team learning. These words have been introduced to these generation students right from their school. Okay, this also has something to do with our thought process of how should our teaching be in our classes, especially during the college days. Third thing is they intend to change the world. The 26% of them, the research says that they like to volunteer and take up, social entrepreneurship as their career choice. This is something very interesting. Social entrepreneurship, I'm sure you are aware of that word. So they like to make a difference and they want to make an impact. So this is a kind of mentality for them. They love volunteering, especially for a social need or a social concern. Now they are eager to start working. Okay, you can see that the research says 55% of high school students feel that they should start an early professional experience. Okay, you can see that nowadays earning has become completely different, especially post pandemic. Any age, any background, any person with degree, without degree can earn money by working online. Okay, but there are different modes of earning, right? And this Gen Z are a huge number of people who are eager to start working early in their age itself, especially during the school days. So they say that the research again says that entrepreneurship is built in their DNA. Principal was talking about their achievements, about entrepreneurship, and the innovation and incubation cell and all that. I am extremely happy to know about it, and we can see that the present students, they like to be more on the side of being an entrepreneur rather than joining a job or taking up a job position. They like to be job providers rather than job seekers. Okay, which is again a very eye-opening characteristics of the Generation Z students. Now coming to our everyday affair, teaching. So why do we need to know about the students? Why do we need to do a research about Gen Z? Is it really important, or I should be only knowing about my subject when I go for teaching? Yes, of course, because when we talk to them, we should be reachable to them. We should be, they shouldn't just reject us thinking that we are an older generation. Okay, and how do we teach them? What is the crux in reaching them in the way they want? That is very, very important as a teacher. It is not that we are strong in a subject, but we should also know our audience, who we are talking to, whether we are talking to them in a language that they understand is very, very important. So teaching has, that is the reason teaching has taken a completely a different dimension. Okay, and even the government has taken many initiatives to bring about this new dimension into teaching process. So you can see they depend on online tools, and like earlier when we were students, teachers were our only source of knowledge. When we need to know something new, we immediately run to our teachers. When we have a doubt, we immediately run to our teachers. But that is not the case now, because they have all that handy in the device that they are handling in their hands. So the percentage of people who do research online, that is the present Gen Z, you can see 85% of them do one or the other type of research online. They watch online lessons, which is 33%. They work on a project with classmates online, which is 32%. They like to take a test or an exam online, which is 25%. They like to take a lesson online, which is 22%. And they like to read a textbook on a tablet, which our generation would never like to do. We like to have a physical book. We like the smell of the book, right? But then this generation, they like it on a screen, and that is 20% of them like to have a textbook on a tablet. Now, what does this indicate to us as a teacher is we should move towards what is called blended learning, which is a collaboration of online as well as offline learning. So we need to give them tasks to be done online, which they are very comfortable with. So we shouldn't think that we have 20 years of experience in teaching. I have 30 years of experience in teaching, so I know that I have been doing this for years and it has been working out well. Why should I have a shift in my way of handling students? We should have a shift because there has been a shift everywhere, and also teaching needs a shift. Something else is they use social media as a research tool, though many say that they are addicted to device and all that. That's the other side of it. But still, some of them also use it for a good purpose. One interesting thing is they are very good in multitasking. More than any other previous generation, this present Gen Z are very good in multitasking. So they can, work across 5 screens at the same time, which is highly impossible for us, for our generation. But they can equally contribute to at least minimum 5 screens at a time, and you can see the percentage also given there. Yeah, but the other side of this generation, something that is really shocking for teachers, I would say, is the attention span has come down very, very less than what it was earlier. Earlier in the year, Gen Y, the previous generation, we call it as Gen Y or millennials, the attention span was at least 12 seconds or 12 minutes, rather, I would say. But now, the attention span is 8 seconds. This is the average attention span, a researcher says. So here what happens is your attention span is less. You have to keep them engaged by involving them. When you talk to them continuously, the attention span is very, very less. But then when you involve them, you can increase the attention span. As teachers, I think it's very important information or a takeaway of this Gen Z student. And one more interesting thing is they think spatially, and all things have come up in 3D and 4D and even 5D. So they want a 360-degree view of anything and everything. So we need to show them a lot of images, pictures, videos, okay, and make them feel and enjoy the classroom so that they have a good involvement. Okay, even if you see Google Map also, they have updated themselves, okay, from a normal map to a 3D map where you can view the exact building. Okay, you can see the full view of the building. So all these companies, they go through this generation, dominant characters, and that's how they design their apps so that their apps don't go outdated and they are liked by the current generation students also. And on the lighter side, yes, they like to talk in symbols. They like to communicate with them. They like to communicate with each other in symbols. Okay, and they are more comfortable in a shortcut way of communication. Okay, so we should also make our classes more interesting. Okay, and more reachable to them is what is the takeaway as a teacher. They spend more time with computers. So if you have to keep them engaged, We should give them a lot of online assignments, online tasks, collaborative tasks, computer based tasks and assignments. They would be more interested to do, because one way or the other they like to use a digital device. Their social circles are global nowadays. It was a short, our circle was very small, but now they have global circle where they learn from, we have edX and Coursera and things like that. So they learn from professors of any university belonging to any country. All that is possible, even free of cost nowadays. Okay, so you take, I'm only talking about education, taking friends or shopping. They can get a cloth or whatever they like from any part of the globe. Okay, all that is possible now. So the connectivity is now become global. And yes, on the con side, they are very inactive. They like to sit and work. Okay, that is one of the downside of this Gen Z. And of course they like to shop also online. And one more very interesting thing is, they are said to be the biggest foodies of all the generations that have been coming up in the present days. Okay, so they like to eat a lot, eat a variety of food. And that's because they are more attached with devices. So they are, sometimes they also go into depression. So in order to cut off depression, the only way they find is to eat good food and tasty food. And they like to try out different kind of combinations of food. So, out of all this, the reason is has ended up in bringing in a good educational transformation. I'm sure all of you would have heard of this NEP 2020, which is a national education policy, which is a great initiative brought in by the government in accordance with UGC. And you might have heard of ABC, which is Academic Bank of Credits, and MEME, which is multiple entry and multiple exit. So all these terminologies, okay, if you have not heard of, you will hear of it in the very near future. These are all government initiatives taken up as a part of educational transformation. So when I'm talking about NEP 2020, the major highlight of NEP 2020 is students can pick their teachers. They can also pick their timing. This is going to be the future, dear teachers. Either we like it or not, either we are for it or not. If we want to continue to be in the profession, this is what is going to be the future. I'm not telling this to threaten you. I'm just telling this as a forecast that this is what is going to happen. The students will be given opportunity to pick teachers. So we should be, likable by them. We should be in a way that they like us and they pick us, so that we have students in our classes. And timing also they can choose, okay, which is highly flexible. So second is, students are now allowed to frame their own courses. When NEP is brought in completely, NEP 2020 is brought in completely into education system, especially in our country, students are given the flexibility to frame their own courses. Earlier, we used to say that first semester should have the 6 courses and 2 labs. Second semester should have these courses and 2 labs. Now, when NEP is brought in completely, they can choose what course they want to learn in that particular semester. They can choose the teacher, they can choose the timing. Everything is going to be the next future immediately. Third is, they can design their own degree. This is something that's going to be really changing the whole educational setup or framework. So for example, when I out of force from my parents, I have taken up an engineering degree. Okay, but then it is not necessary that I should continue in the engineering degree. I can do engineering. That's what we call it as multiple entry, multiple exit. Okay, so if they are forced by their parents to take up an engineering degree, they can complete it for 1 year. They can exit with a certificate. Okay, they can continue their degree in some other area, but then finally, whether they have earned more credits, their degree will be given in that particular profession or in that particular area. Okay, this is all something highly indigestible for few, but that is going to be the future of a teaching profession. This is completely based on student centricity. Okay, and students can also learn through any mode. last week also UGC have announced that the online program, the degree given for online program is considered equivalent to the degree learned through physical mode. So that is going to be the next biggest change. Students can choose their mode of learning. That's the reason I was talking about this generation. You see that they like to be more on online. Okay, so that is the reason we bring them online courses, blended learning, okay, and courses which are having a mix of both online as well as offline, and all these methods are going to be the future. Third, the last one is not only learning, exams also they can choose to have it on demand. They can choose to write the exams whenever they are ready. It is not a stringent schedule given to them and they have to appear for that exam. So, my dear teachers, all this we have to keep it in mind. Apart from our subject knowledge, is that we can expect a lot of change in our educational framework entirely, and these are some of the initiatives taken by the government. And OBE is again another great tool that is already brought in many institutions, and it is going to be the next turning point, or the most, as the principal rightly mentioned, the need of the hour, okay, for this for the profession to continue and for education to continue in the right way. And I thank once again Hindustan Institute of Technology for giving me this opportunity to give.
Thank you, ma'am, for your mind opening session. To give a perfect end this afternoon session, I would like to kindly welcome Mr. Dr. S.R. Rajapalian Sir, Professor and Coordinator, IQAC.
Thank you, friend. Most respected chief guest of this inaugural function, Dr. V. Elvin Brinda, Professor, Electrical and Electronics Engineering and Director, Center for Online and Distance Education, Cornea Institute of Technology and Sciences, Coimbatore. Beloved Principal, Dr. C. Nadarajan, beloved Professor, Dr. K.P. Dhanabalakrishnan, Professor Maheswaran, Professor Jeevaratnam, coordinators of this program, faculty friends, industry experts from Messrs. Leeds. They are also joining with us in this inaugural function. Once again, I am also welcoming you for this inaugural session of today's national seminar. It gives me immense pleasure in thanking the dignitaries joining us during this inauguration session. I am very much thankful to Professor Dr. V. Evelyn Brunda, who has given a very elaborate inaugural address, which is the need of the hour. Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your expertise with our faculty members during the inaugural session. I thank our principal, Dr. C. Nadarajan, for giving encouragement to organize these kinds of programs, especially through internal quality assurance cell. I thank Dr. K.P. Dhanabalakrishnan, who has taken initiative for getting fund from NAC for organizing this 2 days national level seminar. I am very thankful to our coordinators, Maheswaran and Jeevaratnam, and faculty members, student friends. This program is not only being carried out in the Google Meet, we are also having a YouTube channel. This is lively streaming in the YouTube channel also. I am very much thankful to the participants, professor friends from various institutions, those who have joined in this 2 days national level program. Once again, I am happy that we are going to have 2 days expert sessions continuously, so that I am hoping that we will be going to have a very beneficial, fruitful sessions for the next 2 days. So once again, I am thanking the dignitaries, those who are joined in the inaugural session. Thank you, one and all.
It's a break for 10 minutes. The technical session will continue after 10 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Good morning, madam. Once again, I am who has consented to be the expert member for this national level seminar on the importance of outcome-based education in modern educational setup. We are very much happy and we are proud to have you as an expert member. I request Dr. V. Evelyn Brunda to have the expertise with the faculty members and professors of various institutes on conceptual framework of outcome-based education. Ma'am, please.
Thank you, Jeevaratnam sir, for that welcome. And once again, I welcome all the participants for this national seminar. And once again, I thank Hindustan Institute of Technology for taking up this great initiative, which is highly important. Now, moving on to the technical session, let me just share my screen before that. Okay. So, as I already mentioned in the inaugural address, dear participants, I once again congratulate all of you for joining such national seminars, because this shows how interested you are and how serious you are about your profession. Coming to the topic, importance of OBE in a modern educational setup. This is a very, very interesting topic, and a topic that has to be explored by each and every teacher who are presently teaching. I have, just slightly renamed according to my convenience as pedagogy to andragogy. So this shift is what we call it as outcome-based education. So what is the basic framework? What is the need? Why do we have to go for OBE? I think already I gave a method of teaching to outcome-based education. So I have coined that term as pedagogy to andragogy. So what is the difference? What is pedagogy and what is andragogy? Now, when we need to take up this great shift from pedagogy to andragogy, it has to be done collaboratively, and that is what Hindustan Institute of Technology has done. They have taken a great initiative to bring in teachers across the country through a national seminar, and then they have brought in this discussion or this seminar wherein we can learn different aspects of the conventional to predominant shift. Now, these were our classrooms earlier days, where there was a rigid seating arrangement. Students cannot move around, and teacher was the active participant in the classroom, while students were only passive listeners. I'm using strong words here just to make that difference more dominant. So students were passive, teachers were active in those days. The final result of this kind of a setup of classroom, which we call it as a teacher-centered classroom, or otherwise the pedagogy method of teaching, this is going to be the end result. As though this may not be prominently seen, but students tend to get into boredom, and they get themselves detached from the classroom learning, is because they are made like that, and their DNA is completely different from what we have been seeing in our earlier days. So what is the solution to this? Is a shift from pedagogy to andragogy, is what we call now as outcome-based education. So we need to move from a teacher-centered classroom to a student-centered classroom. So here you can see this is also a classroom setup wherein we do not know where the teacher is and where the students are, but then here also learning happens. And this is what we call it as andragogy. The other term or the other way of expressing it is called adult learning. Here this is pedagogy, which is the teacher-centered classroom, and the next one is a shift called andragogy, which is adult learning or a student-centered classroom, where the teacher is just a collaborator, okay, and just collaborates the activities wherein the students learn with the help of the facilitator or collaborator. Now, I would like to always pull this professor in all my talks, okay, a person who has really inspired me a lot and who has really impressed me a lot. I'm sure many of you would have heard of this professor, great professor, who has written a book called For the Love of Physics. What you see here is the cover page of the book. He is none other than Professor Walter Levin. I'm sure you might have seen some of his YouTube videos. If not, please do not miss to watch that. It is available in YouTube. You just search for Walter Levin lectures. You will get very interesting YouTube videos. Who will, at the age of 76, okay, he has never given up the spirit of activity-based learning. And you can see all the images that I have put in the slides are the teaching methods that he used in his classroom, even at the age of 76. Okay, what I'm trying to say is teaching, just by standing stiff and then talking to them about a subject, or writing on a board and then, just conveying whatever we know, the knowledge that we have gathered to the students, is not what is called as teaching for this present generation. There are many things have changed. Many things have gone upside down from what we were during our childhood to what is currently now. So is teaching also. Okay, and that is the great shift that we should be aware of. Uh, I can talk about this professor for much more time, but because of want of time, I'm just skipping. I would recommend all of you to, if you have not watched, please go to YouTube, type in Walter Levin's last lecture. That was a lecture. He announced to his students saying that that is his last lecture and he's going to retire himself from the job. And you should see the amount of students who had come to attend the lecture. Okay, and the way he depicted a very simple science concept in that lecture is something that you should all watch, and leaving it as a suspense for you to watch and enjoy. So this professor has taught me one point: teaching can be taken to any level. And it is not just the lecturing method or the PowerPoint method that we generally use. So every student can learn, just not on the same day or on the same way. This is a very, very interesting quote. There are a lot of insights from this quote. The main point that I would like to take from this quote is not on the same day or in the same way. That is the highlight here. Same way is the highlight. So what do you mean by this? Some students learn by listening to lecture. Some students learn online method. Some students learn by doing assignments. Some students learn in collaborative way. Some students learn by doing experiments. Some students learn when you take them on a visit to a place or show them physically something. So different students have different ways of learning. How to nurture the needs of all these types of students? We call them as kinesthetic learners. Okay, different names and terminologies have been coined. So as a teacher in a 50 minutes class or in a 1 hour class, how do we nurture to the needs of these students who tend to learn in different ways, okay, from different institutions, okay, which has really made me really excited. So I just want to post a small question to all of you. Kindly, please look into your Dear participants, I'm sorry, there was a technical glitch, and I hope I'm audible once again. Coordinators, can you kindly confirm? Am I audible once again?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Correct.
So, dear participants, I have shared a link in the chat window. If you can just open the chat window, there would be a link. I request you to kindly click the link. It will take you to a Padlet page. Okay, that's an online tool that could be used for having an interaction with online participants. So here, if you see, it will take you to a green color Padlet page, wherein there will be this is the page. If you can see, this is the page that it will take you to. On the bottom corner, there is a plus button. Pink type. Okay, if you just click the plus button, you can either I can see some of you have already started typing. So I repeat, just click the link that is given in the chat window. A green page like this would open. Please click the plus button at the bottom right corner, and you can just type in your answers. Aruna Deepa has raised your hand. Do you have any query? Or is it by mistake?
Yes, ma'am, by mistake.
Okay, somebody has written the first comment. Education for a social cause. If you would like to give your name or your institution name, you're welcome to do so. Another person has written, another professor has written, to measure the understanding level and outcome of students. Perfect, good. I'm expecting more answers before I move on to the session. I hope you can see my Padlet screen.
Yes, ma'am. It is there.
Thank you. The time is 11:24. I can wait for 2 more minutes, 11:26, for the participants to respond to what is OBE.
Dear participants, if you couldn't make it with the link, you can share your thoughts on your message itself.
Yeah, we are getting it. Outcome-based education is to achieve the objective of teaching learning process. Thank you, Professor Prasad. To measure the understanding level and outcome of students. Education for social causes, what already somebody has mentioned. Okay, it's time. Somebody says, sorry, ma'am, I cannot use the Padlet. Okay. In case you can even give it in the message so that we can see what is your view on OBE. Okay, it's time. So let's just move on with, let's continue with the presentation. So as you can see, A few of you have answered what is OBE, and in that learning system, okay, that is called as outcome-based education. First and the foremost reason for introducing OBE into our education system is to bring in a standard of education. A student passing out from Hindustan Institute of Technology, a student passing out from Karania University, a student passing out from Congo, a student passing out from any XYZ institution should have not only the same knowledge but also the same attitude and the same cognitive skills should be at least 80 to 90% equivalent to each other. That's the first reason that OBE has been brought in. The second reason OBE has been brought in is to have a recent and possible and the highest kind of ranking institution. You can walk through all these accreditations like a cakewalk. The fourth, does that mean that they have reached a saturation level, or does that mean that they can continue this for years together? No. Even if they are doing well, or even if they are doing good, they should try to do best. They should move up. Okay. If they are doing good, also they should have a continuous improvement. They're not doing good, also they should move up. And the reason to introduce OBE is to have a continuous improvement in the education system. Now, when I say OBE, different answers usually come. When I post this Padlet asking for OBE, different people would give different answers. But then let me give you a very simple definition of what is OBE. Okay, any institution for that matter, be it an engineering institution or arts and science or management, will have three major components. What are the three major components? Number one, every institution will have a curriculum, right? Number two, the curriculum has to be taught in the classes by teachers. So the second, I will call it as teaching or instruction. And number three, I would call it as the major third component is the assessment part, the examinations that we conduct. Okay, so otherwise called as documentation and artifacts of learning. Now, any program, any degree, any institution will have these three components. Number one, curriculum, number two, or instruction, and number three, the assessment. Now, OBE, very simple words, it says, OBE means there should be a perfect alignment between the three components. If I am an institution that follows that all these three components are aligned with each other, then I can say, okay, I am following OBE in its full spirit. Now, whenever I talk about alignment, it is highly necessary that I should have a scale to measure whether these three components are aligned or not. And that scale that we use to measure the alignment between the three components in outcome-based education is our Bloom's taxonomy. Now, many of us have been using these terminologies for years together for preparing our question papers, for writing our course outcomes, or even for preparing our objectives. Okay, all that places we have been in and out using Bloom's taxonomy. But really, do we know the meaning of what is Bloom's taxonomy, why it is being used? I am trying to make it clear in this session because I feel that is the major background of OBE. If you're clear with Bloom's taxonomy, if you're clear why we are using Bloom's taxonomy, I'm sure you will understand the reason for going for outcome-based education. So again, I repeat, OBE brings in a continuous quality improvement. Okay, it brings in, as I already mentioned, it brings in continuous improvement. That's what I told in the previous slide. So it is a system of education that brings in a continuous quality improvement. Now, NBA or NAC or NIRF doesn't say any hard and fast rules for following OBE. It says you have to say what you want. As an institution, come on, you tell me what you want. So that is the reason we write our vision, we write our mission, we write our vision, mission of departments, vision, mission of institutions. All these are framed by the institution on their own. It is not defined by NBA for every institution, or it is not defined by NAC or NIRF. the institutions are asked to say what you want. And that is nothing but our vision, mission, curriculum, and syllabi. So for most of the autonomous institutions and universities, we can frame our own curriculum and we can frame our own syllabi. We can write our own vision, mission statements. That is what is meant by say what you want. Now, the governing agencies, after you say what you want, they are telling, please do what you say. Don't just say what you want and leave it. Okay, don't write a vision, mission, or a statement, or take a printout, put it in the corridors and just forget about it. No. When you say what is your vision, mission, when you say what is your curriculum, when you say what is your syllabi, when you say what is your course outcome, you need to do what you say. And that is nothing but your teaching with outcomes. Earlier it was only teaching, now it is teaching with outcomes because your curriculum also has outcome. So it is alignment, right? What is there in the curriculum should be there in the teaching. What is there in the teaching should be there in the assessment. What is there in the assessment should be there in the curriculum. So that is what is perfect alignment. Number 3 is, after you do what you say, you have to prove it to these governing agencies that you have done what you have said. I hope I'm not confusing you. So when you have done what you have said, you need to prove it. That is how you have these audits, accreditation visits and all that to check whether you have done what you have said. Okay, that is proving it. So how do we prove it? We go for COPO attainment after every test, after every exam, and then we do direct attainment, indirect attainment, measuring all that, surveys, pollings, all that. We measure and check whether we have done what we have said. Now, the last one is more interesting. Is it all only these 3 steps? No, we have one more important step. After proving it that we have really done, can we go back and take some rest? No. We need to improve what we have been doing earlier. This is where we use the word continuous quality improvement. So we have said something good, we have done what we have said, we have proved that we have done what we have said. Can I take some rest? No. Even if I have proved it, I need to improve it. I need to go a step ahead, or I need to, from wherever I am, I need to have an improvement. And that is what we call it as continuous quality improvement. And this improvement comes through best practices that every institution follows. When you go for a NAC, they will ask you, what are the best practices of your institution? What are the institutional distinctiveness of your institution? So we can bring in best practices in teaching, learning, best practices in assessment, in curriculum and all that. And we can claim it as our best practice. So this is where our quality loop closes. So any institution that follows outcome-based education, please understand, we are saying what you want. The agency is not telling us what to do. We are saying we want to do this. So we do accordingly, we prove it, and then we don't stop with that. We also improve all the time. Okay, so that the curriculum that is framed in 2022 is an improvement. So we keep on improving. Not only the curriculum, equivalently we should also improve the teaching, and equivalently we should also improve the assessment. Now, coming to, yes, this is another way of representing outcome-based education. So we have, as I told you, the 3 components. This is a curriculum component, this is teaching, and this is assessment component. So to frame curriculum, we frame the vision, mission, students, all that. And then we go into teaching. So in teaching, we use the syllabus, we plan our courses, we plan our delivery methods, we plan our teaching methods, we use different learning activities and assessment tools, and then we teach. Excuse me. And the third important component is assessment. So we have institution level assessment, program level assessment, and course level assessment. Okay. So all these 3 components should be in alignment with each other. Then we can say our institution is following outcome-based education. Now, just to break the monotony, dear coordinators, are the participants allowed to unmute? I haven't heard any participant's voice.
Maybe 8, madam.
Okay, is it the answer given by the coordinator?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I expect the participants also. Yes, there are 8 holes. You can see this is completely a hole, so you can have one in the front, one at the back. So these two comprises of 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Thank you for the answer. Now, transforming outcomes through active learning. That is what is meant by things like that. We used to teach them power electronics, digital electronics, and all that. Transformation of knowledge. Now, the entire scenario transforming knowledge. Along with knowledge, we are also transforming outcomes to the students. What finally they will do? What is the skill? What is the attitude they have gained? What is the knowledge they have gained? That is what is meant by transforming outcomes. How do we transform that? Through active ways to take up the outcome-based education. Now, again, I used to always talk about this generational change because this is something very serious to be noted in our OBE system also. Another important key point of this present generation is any service you give to them, they would expect it to be 24/7. Okay, if you have children at home or your children in your college also, you just observe this feature. Earlier we used to, if you want to take money from the bank, we used to fill up a challan without any complaint, stand in a queue, spend some time, okay, even take permission from our college or wherever we are working, go to the bank and then we withdraw money. We had no complaints about it. But our present generation students, they don't like to wait or waste their time. They just have to walk into an ATM, put their card and then get money. Now it's become even more quicker. You have Paytms. Just swipe your phone, you get your money paid to your vendor, right? All applications are available in the mobile phone, handy, so that all services are given to them 24/7. Second is they don't have patience for even things they like. Food is no more called a food nowadays. It's called fast food. Why have they added that 4-letter in front? Fast food. Even if it is half cooked, it's okay. Give it to me. I want it fast. I cannot wait for a longer time. This is the kind of attitude of the present generation students or the present generation adults, I would say. Similarly, cricket is something that they love to watch, they love to spend time with, but then even that, do you see a 50-over match nowadays? No, you wouldn't see. So, all the 50-over match has been now reduced to 20-over match. This gives a big lesson to over should be reduced to 20-over because within a short span, I need to know who wins, who loses. I can't wait for a whole day. I just have to spend 3 to 4 hours, 50 minutes class that we have been following for years together. You cannot reduce it to 20 minutes class. It is not possible. I know together for 15 minutes. That's the only way that we together for 15 minutes. That's the only way that we can go through this problem is to involve them into the teaching learning process by activity-based learning. Now, there is a famous professor who does a lot of research. He has published almost around 300 to 400 papers on educational research alone. His name is John Hattie. He says that the change should be from pedagogy to andragogy, which is pedagogy is like sage on the stage, which is good for preaching, not for teaching, whereas andragogy is like a guide on the side, which is meant for teaching actually. He is the professor, John Hattie, and he has given a lot of insights, a lot of changes that right now what we are practicing, okay, in our education system, many of the things have come from his papers, from his research work, which is basically about educational research. I would like to highlight some of his findings to the teachers over here, because whenever I talk to teachers, I bring in a lot of research work because I'm talking to intellectuals. I cannot talk on my own, or I cannot talk on assumptions. I should be able to talk on something that is concrete. And that is the reason I'm trying to just bring in some of his findings. He has said that D is something that he has kept it as a means of measurement. The impact is high, which is coming under the green part, high impact. The D value is 0.60. Okay. And also he says that, some of the other interesting findings of this Professor John Hattie is, if you give punishment to these students and then make them learn something, the impact factor is 0.7. very high, which is 0.97. Very interesting, right? So sometimes you should make them learn through punishments. Sometimes you should make them learn by giving rewards or marks or recognition. Then combination of both works out very well. Now coming to more kind of technical insights of his research. These are the research taken from Professor John Hattie's paper. If you carefully just watch, some of the research works that he has published in his papers, you could see that the values of this D value, I told you the impact, right? Impact of our teaching to students. So if you have more cognitive task-based teaching in your classes, the impact factor is very high, which is 1.29. Formative assessments in class. I hope you know what is summative assessment and formative assessment. Formative assessments are said to be one of the best things that could be included in a classroom to improve the retention rate or attention span of students. Okay, when I say retention rate, it is students just go back in what you want. Cognitive strategies. This is something very, very interesting. Just keep a note of this word metacognitive. I will explain to you as I proceed. The impact is 0.60. When you integrate what you're teaching with the prior knowledge, that's the reason, sometimes when you prepare a teaching plan or a lesson plan, it's highly necessary that you should be including some, prerequisite knowledge. Okay, what is needed for that particular topic to be learned, what you're presently teaching with the prior knowledge, the impact is very high, which is 0.93. Allowing students to do a summarization also is very good, which is 0.79. Clarity from the teacher. When you're having a clarity in your thought, clarity in your speech, clarity in what you would like to convey, the impact factor is high. If you use teaching learning strategies, then also your impact is high, which is 0.62. Zigzag method is a world-renowned method of teaching. If you're not aware of it, kindly browse through it and find out what it is. It's again told to be one of the world's best teaching method, which I exclusively use in my classes. It's got a very high impact, 0.20. Micro teaching also, I will tell you what it is. It's got a high impact, 0.88. Okay, all this is the research behind our teaching process. So if your classroom has all this, I hope you remember one quote that I initially put. All students do not learn, they are capable of learning, but not on the same day or on the same way. So when you include, if your classes have a variety of all this, you should have a discussion in class, you should have formative assessment in class, you should have cognitive task analysis, you should be having some metacognitive strategies to teach. Okay, you should ask the students to clarify, zigzag method, micro teaching, all this included in class. Then if you have a variety, then you can expect that most of the students, a must, yes. If you want to be unique, if you want to be different, if your institution as a whole wants to go on a different path, take a path which, which is empty, okay, you need to have all these changes, and these changes cannot be forced by somebody. It has to come from within. Now, before I just move on, actually I wanted to show 3 videos, but for the lack of time, I'm just skipping these 3 videos. Now coming to directly to the, actually there are 3 videos that talks about 3 domains. Now whenever you teach, whatever subject you may be teaching, you may be teaching a technical subject or a lab course or subjects like English, math or ethics, whatever. Okay, whatever subject you teach, it is said that your teaching will come under 3 domains. One of these 3 domains. It's a must. Okay, whatever you teach. What are the 3 domains? The first domain is called cognitive domain. The second domain is called affective domain. The third domain is called psychomotor domain. Cognitive domain, the other name for it is head. Knowledge that goes into your head. Now suppose I'm teaching you a lesson on gravity. I'm teaching you a lesson on digital number systems. I'm teaching you a lesson on some highly technical stuff. It goes into your brain, it goes into your knowledge. So that is cognitive is related to head. Affective is I'm teaching you, you shouldn't be greedy. I'm teaching you that you should you should have integrity in whatever you do. I'm teaching you that you should be punctual. You should be honest. You should love others as yourself. Okay, you should do social work. You should volunteer. If I'm teaching you all these concepts, it goes, which is affective, or your hands, which is psychomotor skills. Head, heart, hand. The other short way of remembering this, remember CAP, C-A-P, CAP. Okay, C for cognitive, A for affective, P for psychomotor. Now, this was told by a person called Benjamin Bloom. You know which year? In 1956 itself, he has come out with this. He has told, see, whenever you teach to one of these three domains, cognitive, affective, or psychomotor. Now, out of this, which domain do we concentrate more? Is it to the head, heart, or hand? Of course, engineering should have some percentage of hand, and it is now must. Most of the governing agencies have told that ethic-based subjects should be included in our curriculum. All that is okay, but 80% of our courses concentrate on cognitive part, right? Head part. So even in our curriculum, if you see, you will have 6 courses, theory courses, and 2 laboratory courses. So you can see that the percentage of teaching out of these 3 domains is more on the cognitive domain. So what did Benjamin Bloom do? He took the cognitive domain separately and he split that into 6 other different levels. Okay, cognitive alone was taken separately and he subdivided the cognitive domain into 6 different levels. And that is what we have something called as Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, Bloom's taxonomy. Many of us are using this without even knowing what it actually is or what it actually means. So now, cognitive domain is our major noun terminologies like understanding, remembering. Okay, it was using a noun form. That was converted into an action verb form by his own scholar or student, Anderson. And now we have something called as the revised Bloom's taxonomy. Now, what is this picture? I'll come back to it later. Now, let's just go back to the 6 levels of revised Bloom's taxonomy. Now, since experienced teachers are attending the seminar, newly fresh teachers are attending. Okay, so I would like to make this Bloom's taxonomy concept clear to every one of you. That's the reason I have taken a very, very simple example to explain the 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy. Now, here if you see, let me just assume that I'm right now talking to a bunch of small kids. Okay, let me assume all of you are not professors or PhD holders or doctorates. You're all small kids. Okay, if I ask you to identify which is an apple and which is an orange from this picture, would you be able to do so? And if so, how are you able to do? You are a you have not even gone to school. Okay, you are a small kid, not seen schooling at all. But then if I show a picture like this and ask you to identify apple and orange, you will be able to do so, right? How are you able to do so? It's because your mother would have shown you an apple at home or shown you a picture of an apple at home. This is said to be the lowest level of cognitive domain. When I use the word cognitive, I'm sure now you know where to relate it to, right? The 3 domains, the major domain is cognitive. So this is said to be the lowest level of cognitive domain, which is remember. Why this is lowest is because we do not know anything about it. That's why I told you, imagine yourself as a small kid, okay, maybe a 2-3-year-old kid. You don't know what is an apple, you don't know what is an orange, you don't know anything about it. You just have seen somewhere, you remember seeing it, and then you call it as apple and orange. So this is said to be the lowest level of cognitive domain. Now let me assume you're a little grown up. Okay, if this would have been an offline session, it would have been even more interesting. I could see the expressions of the participants and then I can change my talk accordingly. Now, let me assume that you are a little grown up. Let's say you are a first standard or a second standard kid. If I ask you what is the difference between an apple and orange, what would be your answer? You would say apple is red in color, orange is orange in color, this is sweet in taste, sour in taste, a subtle kind of an answer. Not a very deep technical answer, but a subtle kind of an answer because you are just a 6 or a 7-year-old kid. Okay, the probable answers that I would get is your thick peel, thin peel, you have to peel and eat, you have to eat directly. All these answers you would be getting. This is said to be the next level. Not as low as remember, but not very high also. This is said to be the second level of cognitive domain, which is understand. So here, you have seen it, you have heard about it, you remember how apple looks, you remember how orange looks, but you also know little more about it. You have understood little more about it. That's the reason you are able to give this answer, thick peel, thin peel and all that. So that is the next level of cognitive domain, which is understand. Now, let me say you are a little more grown up. Okay, make a sweet out of it. You can do fruit carvings. You can make a salad. Okay, I'm sure you will have different other answers also coming up. So now this is a third level of cognitive domain that's called apply level. Now, in order to come to this apply level, I should have had the knowledge of remember and understand as well. For example, I should remember how an apple looks. I should remember how an orange looks. I should understand how apple tastes, how orange tastes. Only then I can make use of it in different applications. Am I right? So this is the third level of cognitive domain, which is the apply level. I'm not using it as it is. I'm using it either in a different domain or using it in a different form, okay, or different application. Then that's a third level, which is the apply level. Now, let me assume that you are little more ingredients or it's vitamin, minerals, okay, the calories that an apple has and an orange has. Will you be able to give a countertop answer, or will you be able to give a straightforward answer without any reference? You may not be able to do so. Okay, so that is the high level, next level of Bloom's taxonomy, which is called analyze level. Now look at this. Now when I come to apply and upwards, apply, analyze and upwards level, it's called HOTS, HOTS. What do you mean by HOTS? Higher order thinking skills. The way I ask question also changes. The way you give answer also changes. It goes to a higher level. Okay. So in cognitive itself, you have two, LOTS and HOTS. LOTS means lower order thinking skills. HOTS means higher order thinking skills. Okay. So here now I'm moving your thinking skills to a little higher order. Okay. That's the difference that I would be taking up here. So you can see here now the same question. You know, if I ask you, if I ask you the question, give me the calorie content of apple and orange, or give me the difference between apple and orange in terms of calories, sugar content, fiber, vitamins, minerals, and all that. You cannot answer immediately without reference, right? So this is the next level, which is called analyze level. So I need to completely learn about apple. I need to completely understand about orange. I need to I should have used it in different places, applied it, and then I know the exact difference. The fat content of apple is this much. Fat content of orange is this much. Calorie, if I eat an apple, it is 65 calories. If I eat orange, it is 85 calories. Look at that, higher side. Okay. What is the sugar content? So if I'm a sugar patient, how much of apple should I eat? How much of orange should I eat? That kind of an analysis I will be able to make, or I will be able to have a relative difference. Okay, if there is a relative difference, then it is called analyzing the two components here, which is here now apple and orange. Now, I'm putting the question in another way. You are a nutritionist. This is just an example to explain to you the different levels of cognitive domain. Okay, you are a nutritionist. Now you have to suggest, or you have to give a suggestion to a patient who's affected with sugar and also who's affected with a heart problem or skin problem or something else, you can just add it. If you are a nutritionist, would you advise that patient to eat apple or orange? Which should be taken more? If you say apple, how much of apple should be eaten per day? Or how much of orange should be eaten per day? What is your advice in that perspective? Now, please understand, the length of my question also increases. Earlier, I just asked a question, differentiate apple and orange. That was only my question. Then I said, give me the applications of apple and orange. Third, I said, give me the calorie content, the sugar content, the fiber content, minerals and vitamins content of apple and orange. Look at that. The question level also is getting improved from one level to another level as they move on. That is what is expected in our question papers as well. When we frame a question of analyze level or apply level, a question also should have a clarity saying that, or giving an impression to the students that the answer expected also should be at a higher order thinking skill. Got it, dear teachers? Now, next question, as I was asking for a patient affected with sugar, what should be the apple content, orange content? Now he needs to have a thorough knowledge. Okay, he should know the glycemic index of different food items that are available. Glycemic index, based on that, he can, if the glycemic index is low, okay, then he can say, okay, you can consume this very well even if you are affected with sugar. Okay, if the glycemic index is more than 70, then you should say, no, you should not eat those stuffs because you are affected with diabetes or sugar. Okay, so this is the next level, which is the 5th level of Bloom's taxonomy, and this level is called the evaluate level. Please look at this. Evaluate level means you very well know about apple, you very well know about orange, you have done analysis, and then you are coming to a conclusion. That's where you use the word evaluating. Which is better than which? Is apple good or orange good? Or is apple this much good? How much of orange is good? Okay, so you are doing a complete evaluation and then giving a final solution. And that is the 5th step of Bloom's taxonomy, a 5th level of cognitive domain, which is the evaluate level. Finally, if you are able to create a fruit that looks outer like an apple and inner like an orange, then you can say that you have reached the highest level of cognitive domain, which is the create level. Please understand, create is not possible for a UG level. So I have seen many teachers in a constrained environment. What do you mean by constrained environment? I'm given a desk and a chair. I cannot move around. I cannot do any reference. I cannot refer any other external material. Okay, but then I have to create. Is it really possible, or in its full essence? No, it is not at all possible. So including a create question in your semester examinations or in your question paper, especially for UG, I would say even PhDs don't create, right? They only do a research, right? They don't create anything. So creation is not something that, it is there in Bloom's taxonomy, of course, but doesn't mean that we have to use it either for writing a course outcomes or for writing our question papers and so on. Okay, so create is something that's the highest level. If you are able to create a fruit like this with an outer apple and inner pulp of an orange, that means you have done some real creation, right? And that is not possible in a constrained environment. Create, of course, can be done by entrepreneurs, okay, by inventing patents and all that is called create. But then writing an answer for a question can never be a create. So I would recommend, I'm actually an official trainer for OBE, both for NBA as well as NAC. So when I go with this training, when I used to tell the teachers across the different parts of the country that, any question more than apply, a question belonging to analyze or evaluate, I would say that you can give it for a different purpose. It has to be a real analyzed question. Your question should be longer enough. Your question should have more information. And that is the reason IITs bring in open book test. They give materials to refer and then they ask analyze and evaluate question. Otherwise, analyze and evaluate can be given as assignments, okay, which they can refer different materials and then they can come up with innovative answers and better solutions. Okay, now coming up with this is something that I can help all the teachers with if you really are interested in following outcome-based education. So here, if you see, this is something that I've taken from the net. I have it also framed and hanged in my room. Okay, the same thing. So here, if you see, this is called Bloom's wheel. Okay, this is called Bloom's wheel. I've taken it from the net only. You can also search for Bloom's wheel in Google, and you will get it. So the very interesting part of this Bloom's wheel is, see the innermost part of the wheel. Okay, this innermost part. You have the 6 levels of Blooms. This is level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, and level 6. 6 levels of Blooms. Now, I told you where all we are using Blooms in all the 3 components. Number 1, our curriculum. Number 2, our teaching. And number 3, our assessment. In curriculum, where are we using it? For writing all our outcomes, be it course outcome, program specific outcomes, all that we are using our Bloom's taxonomy. In teaching, for writing our teaching plan based on outcomes, we are using our Bloom's taxonomy. In assessments, for preparing our question papers, we are using Bloom's taxonomy. So it is used in all the 3 components. That's why I told you alignment between the 3. Now, if I'm writing an 6, let's say there are 6 to the apply level. When I teach this course outcome, my teaching also should be to the apply level. I cannot see for any topic can be taught to any of these 6 levels. Let me give you an example. Now, let me say I'm going to teach you the concept of stack memory. I don't know how many of you are from computer science background, but still I will try to explain what is stack memory even to the other department faculty. Let me say I'm teaching you the concept of stack memory. Okay, I can just walk into the class, prepare a slide, 10 slides on stack. I can go on explaining the definition of stack, the principles of operation, what is that stack works on the principle of last in, first out. It is used here, it is used there. I can just keep on explaining, talking. I can put some 10 to 12 slides, talk without even breathing for half an hour, say I have completed the syllabus on stack and walk away. Okay, that doesn't become an application-based teaching, isn't it? So maybe if I teach in that way, I'm teaching the students only either to remember level or to maximum understand level. Even understand level, I don't think it will go into their mind if you're just simply talking to them about stack memory. So let me say that is remember level or understand level teaching. Now, I'm another interesting teacher. Let me assume that I'm an activity-based teacher. Okay, so I go into the class with some activity-based teaching. So let me say that I have 2 bangles in my hands. I want to teach the stack concept. Let me call this as bangle 1, bangle 2. I'm putting the first bangle into my hand. Bangle 1 goes in. Now bangle 2 goes in. Okay, so I have 2 bangles here. Now could you tell me which bangle I will be able to take it out? Bangle 1 or bangle 2? Probably the answer would be bangle 2, right? I can't take out bangle 1 without taking out bangle 2. This is the principle of operation of stack. The element that has entered last should come out first. Getting it? The element that has entered, it's a memory. Basically, it's a memory where you put in elements, you store in different elements. But then, how is it stored? What is the principle in which the elements get stored in a stack? The element that has entered last should be taken out first. That in that fashion, the elements are stored in the memory. Then that memory is called a stack memory. When I explain to you with the help of some material or objects, or when I show something to you as a picture or as a video, and then I explain to you about the concept of stack, that means I'm teaching you at a higher level. Okay, let me tell you, if you take stack, it's a very, very interesting memory part actually. Okay, let me tell you something that you're working on a PowerPoint. Let me say tomorrow there is a very important seminar. So you're preparing late night on a PowerPoint presentation. By mistake, you have deleted a few slides. What is going to save your life? I'm sure you know the answer. What is going to save your life? You've typed in a big document. Suddenly, by mistake, you have deleted it. What is going to save your life? Can somebody give an answer for this? What feature in PowerPoint is going to save your life? Or bring back what you have deleted? Any answers?
Ma'am, can you repeat the question again?
You are typing a document. Let's say it's an important document. By mistake, you have deleted something. What is that feature in a Word or a PowerPoint that is going to save your life in bringing back?
Is redo?
Is it undo or redo, sir?
Undo and redo. That undo I can do. I
Fantastic,
think.
fantastic. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is the undo operation, right? Undo is one of the major application of stack. Okay, how does an element come back when you delete it? Is it deleted permanently, or it goes to a temporary space in your computer where you can retrieve it back? That temporary space is your stack. You're getting it? So stack memory is something that helps you to undo. Okay, let's assume that your stack is having a very limited space only, because stack is a very costly affair. The first thing that I undo will go here. Okay, the first thing that I undo will go here. The second thing that I undo will go here. The third thing that I delete, sorry. First thing that I delete will go here. The second thing that I delete will go here. The third thing that I delete will go here. Let's assume this is a stack memory. When I want to get it back, you cannot get your first thing that you deleted. You have to get it back one by one, because I told you last in should come out first. So third thing that you deleted will come out first. Second will come out next. The first will come out as a third one. Got it? This is how undo works. So undo is one of the greatest application of stack. Okay. Similarly, there are many other interesting applications in your phone. If you see last visited pages, history pages, when you're browsing through the history that you see in the web pages, all that is one of the applications of stack memory. Now, when I teach students to this level, then I can say I'm really teaching them to the apply level or even to the analyze level. Got it? Now, there are other memories like queue memory. Other than stack, there is also analyze the difference between a stack and a queue. I'm going to tell you which is good in which application, which is bad in another application, which is the appropriate place to use stack. All that if I'm going to explain to you and then teach you with the greatest analysis part, then I can say I'm teaching you to the analyze level. If I'm able to give you a problem and then tell you to choose for this kind of a application, which is the best memory, is it stack or queue? You have to analyze, evaluate, and come with a conclusion. If I'm giving you a problem to do that, and if I'm helping you to solve it out, I'm teaching you to the evaluate level. Okay, and of course, teaching to a create any topic can be taught to all the 6 levels. It depends on the teacher's interest in the subject, the way you handle, the kind of heart and soul you put in to teach. Okay, some teachers just walk in, download the PPT that they have already prepared 10 years back, put it in a pen drive, go and put it in the class, and just read out the PPT and walk out. Some teachers take a lot of pain, go through the recent advancements, talk about applications, talk about analysis, take them out, show them the reality, show them an image, picture, and all that, and they teach. Now, let's say there are 2 sections, section A and section B. Section A has got a normal teacher. I wouldn't say bad teacher, a normal teacher. Section B has got a real active-based teacher who is really interested in teaching and who puts in hearts and soul to teach. Just because A has got a normal teacher, it shouldn't lack its skills in knowing the concepts of stack or queue. But whereas B is a good teacher, so he gets good contents about the stack memory. This differentiation should be broken, and that is the reason they have brought in OBE. So when you have OBE, as I already told you, the first point, standardization of education. Section A students should have at least 80% of the content that is being given to section B. That is the reason we need to have a common teaching plan. Not that A can teach whatever he likes, B can teach whatever he likes. No. When two people are teaching the same subject, they should have a common teaching plan. The teaching plan should have a proper format. The proper format should be like, what is the course outcome? Course outcome says apply. That means your teaching also should be apply level. The questions related to this topic also should be taken in apply level. Now come to the second topic. What level you want to teach? It should be taught in understand level. So your teaching also should be in understand level. Your questions also should be in understand level. This is what I mean by alignment between the three. And for that alignment, the tool that we are using is Bloom's taxonomy. So number one, you're bringing in an alignment. Number two, not only alignment between the three, but also alignment between different teachers handling the same course. A student from section A pays the same fees as a student from section B. So he shouldn't be deficient in any information given or knowledge given compared to student from section B. And that is what we mean by standardization of education. And that is brought in by including all these terminologies. And the main thing is outcome-based education. Now in this Bloom's wheel, if you see, remember is green color, understand is blue part, yellow, orange, violet, and this maroon part. So when you use, I told you, we'll be using it to write course outcome, write teaching plan, and then write question paper. So you can make use of these verbs. Okay, if you want to write a course outcome and remember, these are the verbs. Understand, these are the verbs. Okay, so these are the verbs that you can use for either writing course outcome or for writing a question paper. Now, what is the third circle? This is the most important circle, I would say. Okay, what is this third circle is, I told you, any topic can be taught to any level. If I want to teach in remember level, what are the activities that I can do in the class? I told you, not every student can learn in the same way, right? So follow different activities for teaching different topics. If I want to teach in remember level, I can go for labeling activity, I can go for listing activity, I can go for matching activity, my MCQ test, okay, identifying activity, all that is teaching them in remember level. If I have to teach a topic in understand level, use these activities. Using analogies to teach a topic, okay, all these methods are for using a journal reference to teach, okay, giving an outline, summarization, asking students to write a report, okay, explaining to them using a PPT, all that comes under understand. Analyze level, use graph, forecast, demonstrations, data manipulations, okay, all this comes under role play, okay, all this comes under apply level teaching. Analyze level teaching, similarly, there are various methods. Evaluate level teaching also, there are many methods. In that, one of the interesting methods is group discussion, okay, and case study. Case study, group discussion are all the methods that you can use to teach in evaluate level, okay, surveys, all these are evaluate level. If you want to really teach in create level also, it is possible. You can ask students to develop a concept, you can ask them to write a code, okay, create an application, ask them to do their own experiment and come out with results, formulate a plan, okay, prepare a plan, collect data, and then do a survey or analysis. All this can be a kind of creative method of learning. Okay, so this Bloom's wheel would clearly tell you the 6 levels, the verbs used for the 6 levels, and also the activity that can be followed by a teacher in the classroom to follow all these 6 levels of Bloom's taxonomy or cognitive task analysis. Okay, I hope I made it clear. So these are the 6 levels, once again, that has been depicted here in this slide as well to show you. So now here you can see, as I already mentioned, revised Bloom's taxonomy, right? Some institutions have already, they have become masters in normal Bloom's taxonomy, and they have moved on to revised Bloom's taxonomy as well. What is the difference between a normal Bloom's taxonomy and revised Bloom's taxonomy is, a revised Bloom's taxonomy has 2 dimensions. So far, we have been only talking about 1 dimension, that's the cognitive, right? The cognitive domain, out of the 3 domain, cognitive is taken, head part is taken and divided into 6. That's how you have the 6 levels. But then, a revised Bloom's taxonomy also has 1 more dimension, That's called the knowledge dimension. So when you add a second dimension to it, you can call it as a revised Bloom's taxonomy. Okay, and out of this, like how we had 6 in cognitive, we have 4 in knowledge. Let me just quickly give you with a very simple application. What are these knowledge levels? Now, what is factual knowledge? If I'm going to ask you, who is our president of India? What is the name? What is the name of a president of India? I'm sure all of you would give me a unique answer, right? Only one answer. I'm going to ask you, what is the value of pi? It's going to be a single answer. Why single answer? Why each one cannot give your own answer? Because it's a fact. It's something that is cannot be changed. It's something that is standard or fixed, right? Those kind of a knowledge. If you ask me a question, who is the president of India? If I'm able to give an answer, I am good, or I have factual knowledge about it. That's the lowest level of knowledge, called as factual knowledge. Let me take another example. I need to take money from the ATM center. I'm going into the ATM. What is the thing that I should remember if I have to take money from ATM? Remember part or the factual part. I can't change it. I have to remember as it is, what it is. Anybody? Okay, I should be able to remember by PIN number. Am I right? PIN number, and only then I will be able to withdraw money. That is called the factual knowledge. Now, same ATM, I'm writing an exam. Okay, the exam is brief or write about what or explain with a neat diagram what is how an ATM machine works. Okay, the question is with a neat diagram, briefly explain or elaborately explain how an ATM machine works. Okay, if that is a question, is it enough if you only remember the PIN number? Not necessary, not enough, right? You should remember a diagram. You should remember the concept of how an ATM machine works. You should be able to write it clearly how it works, right? Step by step, you should remember what is the first step for an ATM to work. What is the second step? It should be connected to a bank server and all that. And then you should also remember how to draw and then write. That is called conceptual knowledge. I hope you understand. So conceptual knowledge is a knowledge to explain the concept, knowledge to understand the concept behind something. That is called conceptual knowledge. Now, third is I'm entering into an ATM center. Again, I'm taking the same example to explain all the 4 so that it's clear. Maybe the first 3, fourth one I have to take a different example. Now I'm going into an ATM machine. Should I follow a step-by-step procedure out? Fifth, I should take the ATM card without forgetting and then come out. So there is a procedure for doing things. If some people may not be aware of this, some old people, they don't know how to take money. Metacognitive knowledge. Now, what is this metacognitive knowledge? If I have to explain, I'll give you a very simple example. If you just go into a Reliance Trend shop, okay, if you go into a Reliance Trend shop, let's say you're shopping for 1,000 rupees or 2,000 rupees. They won't leave you empty-handed. They will give you a gift, number 1. Number 2, most important, they'll give you a coupon. Okay, that coupon, you will come out happily because next time when you go, you can get discount by using the coupon. That is the strategy they follow to make you buy clothes even when you don't want them to buy. For example, let me tell you, you will want to buy new clothes during Diwali or Christmas or Bakrid. But in between, you may not be, say for example, if I'm a Christian, I would like to buy clothes in the month of December, okay, for the entire family. But I may not be interested to buy in the month of February because there's no function or no birthdays. But then there is a coupon that says it will get expired on February 28th. What do? I can't stay at home. I take this coupon, run to Trends, buy some clothes, which I may not have. This is a strategy that is followed by an organization to make you buy things even when you are not in need of it. But they're not doing it directly, they're doing it indirectly, they're making you happy, they're also earning money. Now, this is the strategic knowledge. They use some strategy to bring you to their shop even when you don't need to buy. Got it? That knowledge, thinking it strategically to bring customers to their shop, not to go to any other shop, but come back to trend, is they give you coupons. This knowledge of thinking, this knowledge of bringing customers is called strategic knowledge, and that comes under metacognitive. Please see the difference. Factual is just remembering a fact, remembering a number, remembering a theorem, all that is fact. But metacognitive, highest level, thinking strategically. Knowing what you know, knowing what you don't know also comes under metacognitive. Okay, so these are the 4 levels of knowledge. So factual, knowledge of terminology, specific details and elements. Conceptual, classifications, categories, principles, theories, models, structures. Procedural knowledge is subject-specific skills or algorithms, step by step. Technique, methods of doing it, all that. And last one is metacognitive, which is strategic knowledge, knowledge of doing a cognitive task, conditional knowledge, self-knowledge. Knowledge of what you know, what you don't know. That is self-knowledge. Okay, so these are the 4 levels of knowledge dimension. So if you are adding knowledge dimension with cognitive dimension, it means that you are following the revised Bloom's levels of taxonomy. Okay, so dear teachers, I think the time given for me is over. So let us of OBE is to bring in an alignment between the 3 components by using Bloom's taxonomy as a tool, number 1, and also to bring in a standardization of education, number 2, and to put in the heart and soul into the teaching process so that our present generation students are really benefited through or by sitting through our classes. So please understand, the student's mind is not a vessel to be filled, but just kindle the fire, and we are dealing with real tech savvy students. Okay, they are this present generation students are the ones they are called as real digital natives. The earlier generation we call it as digital pioneers, but these generation students are real digital natives. When they are born itself, they have seen a mobile, a laptop, they have used it, they know what it is, okay, and they know all the features inside it better than any of us. So let us go and touch them through digital, whatever is the means, best way of doing it, and we could go with the best possible way in implementing the outcome-based education. So thank you very much once again, Hindustan Institute of Technology, for giving me this great opportunity to address faculty members from different parts of the country. And I hope I have kept up my time in this seminar. And if there is any questions from the audience or from the organizers, I would be more than happy to take it up to answer these questions.
Thank you very much, ma'am. This is Raja Baladan, IQAC Coordinator, Hindustan Institute of Technology. We are very much happy and proud to have your expertise among our faculty friends. A request to faculty members, is there any queries to be clarified with the professor? Please.
If you do not want to ask them, you can even post it in the message window so that I can answer your queries. Thank you, Dr. Anil Kumar sir, for your feedback.
Madam, on behalf of the faculty friends, may I request your PowerPoint presentation so that we could make it to your report and disseminate to the faculty friends.
Sure, sir. I will pass it on to Dr. Jeevaratnam.
Yes, yes.
Mail ID, so that I will
Thank
do.
you. Thank you. Dear friends, if you are not having any questions, then Madam, maybe wind up.
Yes, sir. Yeah, of course we can wait.
So once again, I am thanking our professor for giving a very good lecture on this 2 days national level seminar. I am thanking the participants, faculty friends, and our Professor Dr. Natarajan, Professor K.P. Narabalakrishnan. So we are going to have the second session on 2 p.m. Dr. A. Milton will be handling the second session. I request the participants and the faculty friends to join us at 1:50 p.m.
Once again, thank you. I'm leaving. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Participants can use the same link for the afternoon session also. Okay, so all the sessions, the same link will be happening. After the lunch break, kindly join us at 1:50 p.m.
Hello? Hello? Alan, sir. Hello?
எல்லாம் ஒரு
Professor, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, am I audible?
Professor, 2 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome you all for NAC sponsored two days national seminar on the importance of outcome-based education in the modern educational setup. It's my pleasure to welcome our chief guest, Dr. A. Milton, Bachelor of Engineering, MTech, PhD, Professor, Department of ECE, Saint Xavier Catholic College of Engineering, Nagarkoil. Currently Controller of Examination from April 2022. Coordinator of IQAC from August 2016 to April 2022. He is the head of the Department of ECE from May 2004 to December 2016. Completed his Bachelor of Engineering in Electronics and Communication Engineering in 1993, Government College of Engineering, Tirunelveli. Qualified GATE 2001. Completed his MTech in Microwave and Television Engineering in 2003. PhD from Anna University, Chennai in 2015. He has a total of 24 years of teaching experience, 3 years of industrial experience. 3 research scholars have completed PhD, guiding 5 more research scholars. And he has published 12 research papers in journals and 17 papers in conference, authored 1 subject book. He has completed 5 online courses on outcome-based education, coordinated NAC and NBA appreciation activity of SXCCE. I would like to invite you, sir, to deliver the inaugural address.
Okay. Thank you. So, shall I start presenting?
Good afternoon, Professor. I am Dr. Raja Balayanan. I sincerely express my thanks and welcome for this expert session. Professor, most of the participants are in Google ID. Those who are not joining, they are also watching the YouTube live stream.
Okay, sir.
This is for your kind information, Professor.
Okay, sir.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, whether the slides visible?
Yes, visible, sir.
Okay, sir.
Yes, sir.
So good afternoon. So I
Good
welcome you
afternoon.
to my presentation on Bloom's taxonomy and design of learning outcomes. So this presentation is in the NAC sponsored two-day national level seminar on the importance of outcome-based education in a modern educational setup. So it is organized by Hindustan Institute of Technology, Coimbatore. So myself, Dr. A. Milton, professor in the Department of Electronics and Communication Engineering. Currently, I am the controller of examination, St. Xavier's Catholic College of Engineering, Nagarkoil. So once again, I welcome you all to my presentation. It is Bloom's taxonomy and design of learning outcomes. So already many of you may be knowing the outcome-based education. So I started education, outcome-based education. What are all the outcomes, importance for outcome-based education, and Bloom's taxonomy. So Bloom's taxonomy help us to design the outcome and also help us to assess the students. So it is a post-lunch session. So I request all the participants, please have a pen and paper so that you can take notes. That will keep you engaged with the presentation. So I start with higher education. So students from 12th standard, they enter into your college. So in the college, the students, they improve their knowledge, skills, and attitude. So after improving the knowledge, skills, and attitudes for about 3 years or 4 years, they leave the college. They need to leave as a good graduate. So when can we call a graduate a good graduate? So participants can reply. Those who are in the Google Meet. Anybody want to answer? So a graduate can be called as a good graduate. So if it is an engineering college, the students, they have to leave the college as good engineer. So the good engineer means there are some characteristics. The students, they have to learn the characteristics. They have to inculcate the characteristics in the 3 domains. One is the cognitive domain, that is knowledge, and another one is the psychomotor domain, that is skills, and the third one is the related to the attitude. So for all the program, we are having some stated outcomes. We can call it as attributes or the characteristics. When they gain that characteristics, then only they will be called as a good graduate. So we define some set of characteristics. So I think we all know the education is an act or experience that has formative effect on the mind, physical ability, and character of an individual. So when a student enter into an educational institution, he enter into the educational institution for improvement in his mind, improvement in his physical ability, and improvement in his character. We can call it as a knowledge, skill, and attitude. So the education consists of 2 major parts. One is the teaching, another one is the learning. So teaching is a process that helps learners to acquire knowledge, skills, and attitude. So it facilitates the students to acquire the change in knowledge, skills, and attitude. Now what is learning? So learning is a process of acquiring new knowledge, skills, and attitude. So the teacher helps the students to acquire new knowledge, skills, and attitude. The duty of student is to acquire the new knowledge, skills, and attitude. So the important thing in teaching learning is learning imposes new pattern, that is synapses on the brain of the students. So it may be student or any person in everyday life, we are learning many things. When we learn many things, actually what is happening is there are some change in the synapse pattern in our brain. So that helps us to gain new knowledge, new skills, and attitude. So the important thing in higher education is students from higher secondary, they enter into the college. When they are leaving the college, they have to leave with improved knowledge, skills, and attitude. So what is the expected improvement in the knowledge? What is the expected improvement in the skill? What is the expected improvement in the attitude? That will be decided by the outcomes. So now, the outcome-based education. So the William Spady proposed outcome-based education in the year 1994. So he is called the father of outcome-based education. So Abbott in 1997 adopted engineering criteria 2000. Means it included outcome-based education in engineering. So in India, the two accrediting bodies, NAC and NBA, now they insist all the colleges to follow outcome-based education. They want the colleges to set outcomes, and the outcomes have to be measured. So now we can see what is outcome-based education. So in outcome-based education, we both focus and organize everything in an educational system around what is essential for all the students to be able to do successfully at the end of their learning. So if the student enter into a BE, Electrical and Electronics Engineering, or BSc Zoology, or BA Economics, 3 years or 4 years, they will be learning. So before entering into the college, they should be informed that these all are the outcome they will attain. So these all are the attribute, the graduate attribute after completing the degree. So now everything what is happening in the institute should be around what is stated as an outcome. So the teacher has to teach in such a way that the students have to attain the outcome. The students have to learn in such a way that they have to attain the outcomes. And the assessment we are doing, it should only measure the stated outcome, whether the students have attained or not. So in outcome-based education, first we set outcome, and everything in educational institution is towards students attaining the outcome. So this is the basic principle of outcome-based education. So in outcome-based education, we design the curriculum, syllabus, instruction, that is the teaching and the assessment, the examination, to make sure that learning happens. So a fixed outcome and the syllabus we are defining should be for the students to attain the outcome. And the teaching or the instruction should be in such a way that it is for the students to attain the outcome. And the assessment, that is examination, is to check whether the students have attained the stated outcomes. So if they already attained the stated outcome, in some case they may not attain the outcome, then you have to close the quality loop. That will be called as a continuous improvement. So I hope now all the participants are clear about outcome-based education. So as I told, the pictorial representation, so the students come to our college, and it is our duty to improve their knowledge, skills, and attitude so that they are fruitful. So now in outcome-based education, the outcome attainment is very, very important. So in outcome-based education, we set outcome and we design everything so that the students attain the outcomes. So the students learn well, or the other way we can call it as the students, they attain the outcomes well when they are clear about what they should be able to do at the end of a course. So whenever we are teaching a course or whenever we are teaching a topic, the first thing we have to tell to the student is what they will be able to do after the new knowledge or after the completion of the topic or after the completion of the course. So this is the human psychology. When they are doing something, because of that, what they will be able to do. If they know, their learning improves, or the other way, their attainment of outcomes will improve. And second thing is, students learn well when the assessment is in alignment with what they are expected to do. So we state an outcome and we are teaching, and next we have to test whether the students have learned or not. We can also call it as whether the students have attained the outcome or not. So we are conducting examination. The examination is the assessment tool. So the assessment tool should be in alignment with what they are expected to do. The meaning is you already set outcome, and the question in the examination should measure the students' attainment of the outcome. So it is very, very important. Then only the students' learning will improve. So you set the outcome in one higher level. The levels you will know while handling the Bloom's taxonomy. But the questions you are asking in a lower level, then their learning will not be perfect. Next, the instructional activities are designed and conducted to facilitate them to acquire what they are expected to achieve. So the instructional activities in outcome-based education, instruction means it is a teaching. So the instruction, the meaning of instruction is teaching with a target. The meaning is we are teaching so that the students attain the stated outcome. So here we call it as a instruction. So the instructional activities, the faculty member, what they do in the classroom should be designed and conducted to facilitate them to acquire what they are expected to achieve. So if you define an outcome, and in the beginning of a topic, you are saying that this is the outcome. So when you are taking the class, you have to take in such a way that the students have to attain the outcome. So the level of teaching should be same as the level of the outcome. So in OBE, the outcomes are very vital. So everything revolves around the outcomes. So here, the students learn well when they know the outcome. And the teaching and the assessment should match with the outcome. So this is very important. So what are the outcomes? Some people call it as objective, and some call it as an outcome, some call it as a learning outcomes, different names. So you have come across many outcomes. The first thing is in the name of vision and mission of the college. Second, the vision and mission of the department. These two are familiar. All the colleges, they will have vision and mission, the college and the department. So in OBE, in addition to that, we also have few more outcomes. The outcomes are program educational objectives. So this is one higher level outcome. And then program outcomes. Then we have program specific outcomes. Then we have course outcomes. In the bottom level, we have course outcomes. Above the course outcome, we have program outcomes and program specific outcomes. Both are in the same level. And above the program outcomes, we have program educational objectives. And the vision and mission comes beyond the program educational objectives. So the students attain the program educational objective. The attainment of program educational objective is only possible when students attain course outcome. Because of that, they attain the program specific outcomes and program outcomes. Because of that, they will be attaining program educational objectives. So we can see one by one what is the meaning of these outcomes. So before seeing into the definition of the outcomes, so what is the general procedure we have to follow to design and review the outcomes? So the first thing is there should be a team in the department or in the college. So you can give any name. If you are from an NBA accredited college, the Program Assessment and Quality Improvement Committee, that committee can design the outcomes. Or you can have a department advisory committee. So make sure that strong alumni, industrialist, and academic expert as the member of the department advisory committee. Because the academic expert will provide the latest happening in the academic, the industrial will connect the latest industrial requirement, and alumni, he may be from industry or from academic. He knows the college and he will act as a bridge between the society and the institute. So we need to do the need analysis. So the students who are graduating out of your institution, where they will be going and working, or what type of business they will start after the graduation, what they will be doing in your area, maybe in our country or abroad, what they will be doing. So that need analysis we have to do, and the department committee has to arrange meetings. So you need to have a discussion and obtain suggestion from the internal faculty member and also outside stakeholders like alumni, industrialists, and academic expert. And then you can design your outcomes. So every year you can do that, record the minutes, and the outcomes once you decided or designed can be changed 1 year. So disseminate means you need to bring this to the stakeholder of your institute. So already I told students learn well only when they know the outcomes. So when they enter into a program, at the end of the program, what they will be able to do. So they get through the dissemination process. So now, first I define program educational objective. So before that, so the participants, if you have any query, you can now ask me related to the higher education, outcome-based education, and the outcomes, the design process.
So good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, sir, audible.
Sir, my name is Subhash Chandra Bose. I am a professor of English.
Yes, sir.
From Hindustan Institute of Technology, COIMBATORE.
Okay, sir.
Sir, actually, I was attending the program since morning, and the guidelines which has been given, I'm really grateful and really useful and really thankful forever. Sir, you are saying that outcome-based education. So, how it will be the impact of communication skills, sir?
For communication for English, see the outcome of a student in English is they have to speak in English. It is one outcome. Means the speaking is what they are able to do, and writing the communicating, it may be a research writing or academic writing, that also a outcome, because writing is the students what they are able to do. Actually, by English, I think they are improving their speaking skill, their writing skill, and also I think their listening skill. And there is one PO, especially for communication, program outcome in engineering. So that outcome is satisfied with level 3 by the English. Sir, whether I answered your question? So reading, writing, listening. So the communication is one important program outcome. So I hope you are understanding. Okay, am I audible?
Audible, sir.
Okay. So any other question? Okay, now let me define what is program educational objective. So program educational objectives are broad statements that describe the career and professional accomplishment of students after 4 to 5 years of graduation. So it is a rough figure, 4 to 5. You can consider this as a 3 to 4 also. So 4 to 5 years of graduation. So when a student enter into a BE, computer science engineering, after 4 years, they will complete the degree. After completion of the degree, after 4 to 5 years, what the students will achieve, what he will accomplish. That is actually a program educational objective. So when a student completes a degree, after 4 to 5 years, what will be the advancement of the students in his or her career? That is called program educational objective. So you have to start when a student is leaving your college after 4 to 5 years, in which area they will be excelling. That knowledge, skill and attitude we have to provide accordingly. So now I think for any program, we are not measuring program educational objective. It is not made mandatory so far. But for UG programs, almost all the UG program, they are having program educational objective. So it is what the students, they have to attain after 4 to 5 years of graduation. This is the program educational objective. So even though the word objective is used here, actually it is an outcome. What the students are attaining after 4 to 5 years of graduation is called program educational objective. See how we have to frame the program educational objective. So program educational objectives have to be designed with some key elements. So in the next slide, I explain what are the some key elements. So PEO shall follow from the vision and mission of the department. So if you want to frame PEO, first you need to understand the vision and mission of your college and vision and mission of your department. Then only you can design a good PEO. So you need to know the key element, and also you need to know the vision and mission of your college and also your department. And PEO shall be achievable. So when you are writing a PEO, it should be achievable. Okay, it should be achievable. PEO shall be small in number, normally 3 to 5. So we should not have large number of program educational objective. So the takeaway from this slide is PEOs are what the students accomplish after maybe 3 to 5 years of graduation. So it should cover some key elements and it should follow from the vision and mission of the department. It should be achievable and normally its number should be low. So what are the key elements we can consider? One is the professional success. Say BSc Visual Communication student. So in that area, how they will excel. It is a professional success. If it is a new college, you have to predict in which area your students will accomplish. If it is an old college, then you know your students may be excelling in some area. Then your job is easy because your students have already set an example. You can identify where your students are excelling. If it is a new college, means you have to predict. And higher education, they may move to the PG, PhD, and PDF level. And then research. So if the particular program is good for research area, there are wide opportunities are available for research. You can identify research as one key element for setting your program educational objective. And lifelong learning. So it is also related to the higher education. Then the ethical professional practice. So if you give importance to ethics in your institute, automatically the students who are coming out of your institute, they will also mostly give importance to the ethics. They will also be following in their profession. So then you can identify that as a one key element for the program educational objective. And communication skill. So if you give some special training and the students who are coming out of your college, they will be good in communication, both oral as well as written. So in such a case, you can consider this communication skill as one key element for your PEO. And team player. So in a team, as a leader or as a member, they can perform well. In such a case, team player also you can consider. Likewise, in your department, the committee meeting, if you discuss, you can identify many more key elements specific to your department, specific to your program. Then accordingly, you can set program educational objective. So now I move on to program outcomes. First, I define what is program outcomes. Program outcomes are statements that describe what the students will be able to do at the time of graduation from any educational program. See, previously we discussed about the program educational objective. Program educational objective, what the students will be able to accomplish after 3 to 5 years of graduation. And here the program outcome is what the students will be able to do at the time of graduation. If it is a BSc physics students, after 3 years at the time of graduation, because of learning the BSc physics, what the students will be able to do in the society, in the real world. If it is a BE mechanical engineering students, after 4 years, at the time of graduation, at the time of completing the BE mechanical engineering, what he will be able to do. That is program outcomes. So first, the students attain program outcomes. After 3 to 5 years only, the students attain, they will show the attainment of program educational objective. So normally, the program outcomes are general in nature. So it is common for program or a degree. So all the BSc, BA may have the same program outcomes. All the BE degree programs will have the same program outcomes. NBA, National Board of Accreditation, has defined 12 POs for engineering program. So BE Computer Science, BE Electrical and Electronics, BE Civil Engineering, BE Mechanical Engineering, BTech, IT, and so on. All will have the same 12 program outcomes. So these are defined based on the graduate attributes of Washington Accord. So for general program, there is no well-defined POs available, but some samples are available in the NAC manual. So the NAC has defined 7 POs for BSc, BA degree. 7 POs available. So if you need, you can refer the NAC manual. So program outcomes, example. So I'm not going to elaborate all the 12 of BE. In the same way, all the 7 program outcomes available in the NAC. I take one sample. So I read it, understand the structure, how it is written, why we call it as an outcome. So this is the third program outcome of UG engineering. So it is a design of solution, or we can call it as a development of solution. So the student should be able to design solution, or the student should be able to develop solution. Solution means automatically there is some problem. They identify a problem and they are designing solution to the problem, or they develop solution to the problem. So it reads, design solutions for complex engineering problems and design system components or processes that meet the specified needs with appropriate consideration for the public health and safety and the cultural, societal and environmental consideration. See, it starts with design solution. And if you see the second line, in the first line, we have design solution. In the second line, design system components or design processes. Okay. So you understand the words. So once you learn the Bloom's taxonomy, you will come to know. See, the design solution, design system, and design process, these all are represent action. What the students are able to do. So the students, they have to design solution. The graduate, they have to design a system. The graduate, they have to design a process. Okay. So when they provide a solution, means they need to identify a problem. So here, where they have to do the action, on which knowledge they have to do. So here it is given complex engineering problem. So the faculty members, those who are working in engineering college, so you just search in the internet, what is complex engineering problem? You will come to know the complexity in the simple engineering problems. So the complex engineering problem is here. What we say, it is a problem, it won't have a single solution, and also many more criterion available. Just please go through it. So they are designing something. So some action they are doing on some knowledge, and then see to meet the specified needs with appropriate consideration for public health, safety, culture, societal and environmental consideration. When they are designing the solution, they also have to consider. So they are doing some action on some knowledge and with some condition. So the condition also given here. So this you have to keep in mind in this program outcome. And now another one. So this is the one PO from the general program. It's a critical thinking. So take informed actions after identifying the assumptions that frame out thinking and actions, checking out the degree to which these assumptions are accurate and valid, and looking at our ideas and decisions. So it may be intellectual frame our thinking and actions, checking out the degree to which these assumptions are accurate. So here also there is a condition, whether it is an accurate one or valid. And looking at our ideas, it is an action, looking action on what? Ideas and decisions. So from different perspective. So this is the typical example for program outcome. So next, program specific outcomes. See, the program outcome, it is common for all engineering program irrespective of the specialization. In the same way, the NAC defined sample program outcomes is same for all the bachelor degree programs irrespective of the specialization. So, but students attain some program specific attainment that has to be measured. For that, we need to define our own program specific outcomes. So the program specific outcomes are statements that describe what the students would be able to do at the time of graduation from a specific program. So the PO, BE Civil Engineering, BE Mechanical Engineering, BE Electronics and Communication Engineering, or BSc Zoology, BSc Botany, BSc Physics, all will have the same outcomes. But program specific outcome will be different for different program. BSc Zoology, they will have one set of program specific outcome. In the same way, BSc Chemistry will have another set of program specific outcome. So this is related to the specific program. So it is a statement that describes what the students will be able to do at the time of graduation. It is also like PO at the time of graduation, but what they will be able to do in their area of specialization. So BE, Electronics and Communication Engineering student, what he will be able to do in Electronics and Communication Engineering area. But PO is common for all engineering. So all the outcomes normally will start with the action verb. So the action verb may be derived from Bloom's taxonomy. Here CDIO means conceive, means it is planning, and develop. So develop a solution. When you design something or when you develop something, you need to implement that. So the I stands for implement. And after implementing it, you need to operate. So normally the action verb can represent the conception, design, implement, and operation. The students should be able to plan something, they have to design, they need to implement it, and they have to operate it. So action verb should be followed by identify knowledge, technical subject, or competency. So already I explained while explaining the sample POs. There will be one action verb and there will be some knowledge. Sometimes it may be a technical object, sometimes it may be a specific competency. There can be condition under which the action has to be performed. So in one PO with condition on health, cultural, societal, environmental, these all are conditions. So in program specific also, you can have condition, specific outcomes. So how you can design specific outcomes? See, already you designed program outcome. Now a program specific outcome. So if you are going to start a new program, so because of that program, what student will be able to do in that particular area of specialization? You have to identify initially, and accordingly you have to set the syllabus. If you are in an affiliated college and the syllabus is given by the university, in such a case what you can do is group the core courses based on the course content. So in your program, there are many courses available. Go through all the courses and its syllabus, then you can group. So these all are the paper that concentrate on one particular area of your group. If it is a BSc Physics, some papers may concentrate on nuclear physics, some may concentrate on, say, the electronics related. Likewise, you identify, group the core courses based on the course content. Before that, you have to decide the number of PSOs. So if you decide to have only 3 PSOs, then you need to group all the core courses into 3 groups. Normally, elective need not be considered because all the students may not take the same elective. So whatever you are including for attainment, then all the students should participate in the process. That's why normally elective not mandatory. So identify the special competencies the students are going to attain from each group. So there are some courses, subject, you identified as one group. When students learn this group of subject, because of that, what they will be able to do. So you can predict, you can expect your students to excel in something, identify that, and you can write one PSO for one group. So the special competencies, what the students will attain from that courses in a group. You write as a one outcome. So now the frame, the PSOs based on the competencies. One PSO per group. So here also you have to follow the design and review process already explained. Okay. So I give example for program specific outcomes. So for BSc Zoology, one action verb is available and the knowledge area where they will do that action. Only two is available. The condition is not available. The condition is not available here. And another one for BA Economics, analyze macroeconomic policies, including fiscal and monetary policies of India. So here the action verb is analyze. So students will be able to analyze. What they will be able to analyze? Macroeconomic policies, including fiscal and monetary policies of India. So this is example for program specific outcome. See, the first program specific outcome is specific to the program Zoology, and the second program specific outcome is specific to the program Economics. So in the same way, BE Mechanical Engineering, when you write a program specific outcome, it should be specific to the program. So now, course outcomes. So this is the lowest level outcomes. So above this, program outcome and program specific outcome. Above that, program educational objective. Above that, the vision and mission of department. Above that, the vision and mission of the college. So I explained what is program educational objective, what is program outcome, what is program specific outcome, and what is the procedure you have to follow for program educational objective, program outcome, and program specific outcome. So for the participants, if you have any doubt, you can ask me. Any doubt related to the outcomes, what I explained so far? Whether all are understanding what I am explaining? So anyone can respond. So it is.
Yes, Professor, we will move on.
Okay, sir. So now I explain course outcomes. See, so far we discussed with program, BSc Zoology, BA Economics, BE Computer Science, BE Mechanical Engineering, BE Civil Engineering. Now within each program, we have different courses, different subject. So now the course outcome is related to the different courses or different subject. Course outcomes are concise statements that describe knowledge, skills, attitude, behavior, and competencies that students can demonstrate by the end of the course. So simply we can say what the students will be able to do at the end of a course. So in a semester, you may be handling a course, handling a subject. So you start the course and at the end of the semester, you will be completing the course. So upon completion, what the students will be able to do. So that you have to define, that is called course outcome. So each course will have its own outcomes. So after completion of the school, students will be able to do something. That is called course outcome. It may be in the knowledge domain, skill domain, or attitude. So the essential of course outcomes. So what should be the form of a course outcome? See, the course outcome is in the hand of each and every instructor, teacher. The program specific outcome, program education objective, these are in the hand of the department committee. See, when you are writing course outcome, it should be what the students can do. It should be the product. You should be focused on student. You should not focus on the teacher or the college or the environment. So it should be what the students can do because of the learning, what the students can do. It should focus on learning, not on learning activities. So students will be able to submit assignment. That is not actually an outcome. So you should focus on learning. Learning means there will be some changes in the brain. Because of that, the students will be able to do something. That is called learning. It should not be internal. The students gain knowledge. Normally should not use. Even some expert object the use of understand, the word understand. Some they say that the understand is the measurable action verb. And some they are objecting to that understand is internal, we cannot use. So understand, you can decide whether you can use or not. So students gain knowledge, such a word we should not use. So the gaining knowledge is internal. Because of that, what they will be able to do, that only reflected in the outcome. Should be with one measurable action verb. This is preferable. One course outcome should have only one action verb, only one action. In exceptional case, if you need more than one, you can have that, then you need to give a proper justification. The course outcome has to be derived from the program outcome. So COs are the subset of program outcomes. So before writing course outcome, you should understand the program education objective, program outcome, and program specific outcome. Then only you can write CO. So the English should be correct, framed correctly with proper English, should be easily understood by the student. So whatever you are designing as a course outcome, the students, they have to read and understand. So if they are not understanding, they don't know what they will achieve at the end of the course. Therefore, understanding of the course outcome by the students is very, very important. Should be the same for common subject. If you are having a common subject, it is advisable to have the same COs. Number of COs for a course can be 6 plus or minus 2. You can decide. It can range from 4 to 8 or 2 to 4 credits. If it is above 4 credit, 5, 6, 7, then you can have 8 plus or minus 2. So the particular course instructor, you can decide the number of course outcomes for your course. Minimum 4, and it can go up to 8 if your course falls in the range 2 to 4 credit. Should be of manageable length and should not overlap. It should not be too short and too long. And when you are writing in COs, two COs should not represent the same action. There should not be any overlap. Okay, I think all are understanding the essential of course outcomes. So when you design, when you write a course outcome, you have to keep these things in mind. And what is the common structure of course outcome? See, the course outcome, there will be a common stem. So normally you can have, upon completion of the course, students will be able to. After that, you will be listing your course outcomes 4 to 8. So common stem upon completion. So each CO should start with the action verb. So it may be in the cognitive domain, affective domain, or psychomotor domain. The affective domain is related to attitude, psychomotor domain is related to your skill, and the cognitive is related to your processing of the knowledge. So activity indicated by an action verb. So that should be an action verb. It should indicate any one of the domain. Then there should be knowledge, the specific knowledge. So there is an action verb, action on which knowledge the students will be doing the action. So knowledge. And then condition, the condition under which the action is performed. And then criteria, the level of performing the action, at what level they will be doing. So a common stem, there should be an action verb, then the knowledge, then condition and criteria. So the action and knowledge are mandatory for a course outcome. There should be one action and on which knowledge they are applying the action. These two are mandatory. The condition and criterion are optional. These two are not mandatory. In one PO, we saw condition. There was a condition. Okay, we have not come across any outcomes which has the criterion also. So I hope all are understanding the meaning of common stem, action, knowledge, condition, and criterion. So I give my example for course outcome. See, upon completion of the course, students will be able to say it is a common stem. And now we have one CO, process data in Hadoop cluster using Hive and Pig scripts. So I think the computer people can understand. And now in this, if you analyze this, the action verb is the process. Students will be able to process. What they will be able to process, that is the knowledge, data in Hadoop cluster. So this is the knowledge. And then here condition also available. So they will process data in Hadoop cluster using the Hive and Pig script. These two are given. But in this CO, the criterion is not available. So the criterion, if you want to define, means the level of the process. The action is the process. What level they will be able to. For example, they will be able to design an oscillator which provide 99% accuracy. Then it is a criterion. So design of course outcomes. So writing COs require contextualization of PO, PSO and program structure. So as already told, first you need to understand starting from the PO, PSO and the program structure. The whole program structure and all the course content. So it is a thinking and analysis exercise in teacher level. The instructor normally will design the course outcome. So the course instructor can frame the COs, present it to the department CO committee, get it validated and finalized. And then you can, once it is validated, you can use for 4 or 3 years. The years you can fix. So when we frame a course outcome, it has to be discussed in a meeting. Then only it will be fine-tuned. Otherwise, it may not be a, sometimes it may not be a good CO. So when the teacher frame the CO and also when the committee evaluate the CO, you need some checklists. So these could be some of the assessment tools to verify or validate the COs. So the first thing is it should begin with the action verb. Check whether it begin with the action verb. COs should not start with to. Okay, now it should start with the action verb. Check whether it start with the action verb. Normally, only one verb is preferred. More than one means the course instructor, they have to justify it is necessary. That's why I am having more than one verb. And second thing is, there should be a knowledge. The action we are doing on what knowledge? It is also essential. Already I told the action verb and knowledge, these two are essential. And then condition and criterion. If available, you need to check whether they are appropriate. And words like, such as, various, different, etc. are not used for the knowledge part. So the like, such as, various, different, etc. These all are vague statements. They are not specific. So when you are writing a CO, it should be specific. Stated in terms of students' performance. Check whether it is stated in terms of students' performance. It should not be related to the teaching or the process of learning. So it is a learning product, not a process. Already I told. It is attainable. It is very, very important. When we are writing CO, it should be attainable. So it is not internal. COs can be related to PO. So when you are writing a CO and you are not able to connect the CO with the PO, then keeping such a subject in the program is not advisable. Because the POs and PSOs are, the POs for engineering and PO for general science are defined by some body. So we have to keep the courses so that students attain the course outcome. Because of that, they attain the program outcomes. So not too abstract and not too specific. So it should not be not too abstract, imaginary, and also not too specific. It should not be so narrow and also so wide. So it is independent of other COs. When you are writing COs, one CO should not represent the same action represented by another CO. So these all are some of the tools used to assess or validate the COs. So with that, the designing of outcomes is over. And next, we move on to taxonomy for learning outcomes. See, outcome measure something what students can do, some student action. So when you are teaching something in the classroom, all the students will not be able to learn in the same level. There are some different levels available. In the same way, when you give a action verb design, there may be different levels available. We need some taxonomy, we need some classification, so that writing the COs, POs, and also PSOs, PEOs, and the student assessment will become easier when we have some taxonomy. So the outcomes can be more conveniently written if there is a well accepted taxonomy of learning that is applicable to the learning outcomes, assessment, and instruction. So when you want to instruct, what level you need to teach. When you want to assess the students, in what level you want to assess. In what level the students have to attain the attainment. So we need a taxonomy. So the other way we can call it as it is a classification method of how students process and use the information. So in your classroom, when you are giving a new knowledge, all the students will not be processing and using the information in same level. They will be using in different level. So we need some standard classification. So one such classification is Bloom's taxonomy. Okay. So before moving into the Bloom's taxonomy, so I give 1 minute time. If you have any question related to the outcomes and the design, now you can ask me.
I think we will move on, Professor.
Okay, sir. I hope all are understanding well.
Yes, Professor.
Okay, Bloom's taxonomy. So there are three domains. We are considering only the cognitive domain, the knowledge, Bloom's taxonomy. So one level is remember. So this is the lowest level. Remember. So the students, they use and process only the remember level. And the second level is the understand. Third level is the apply. Fourth level is the analyze. Fifth level is evaluate. And sixth level is create. In Bloom's taxonomy of cognitive domain, there are 6 different levels. The lowest level is remember, and the next higher level is understand, and next higher level is apply, and next level analyze, evaluate, and create. So without remembering level, you cannot move into understand. Without understanding, you cannot move into apply. So if you want to apply, first thing is you have to remember, and then you need to understand. If you are not understanding from remember, you cannot move into the apply level. So when you are able to apply, then only you will be able to analyze. When you are able to analyze, then only you will be able to evaluate. When you are able to evaluate, then only you will be able to create. So I gave one simple example for understanding the Bloom's taxonomy. Assume you are teaching in the classroom and you are assessing the learning at the end of your class. Okay, they remember what is in the book, or they remember what you have taught. And there will be some students, they will be writing the same meaning but in their own way. So when they understand, then only they will be able to write in their own way. Otherwise, it is not possible. Therefore, the level 2 is under or not. From the writing, we can understand. And you can see some students will be able to solve problem using the concept what you taught in the class. Not all the students will be able to solve the problem. When they are in remember level, they will never be able to solve problem. When they are able to solve the problem, we say the students, they are processing the information given by you and using the information in the apply level. So the second category of students, they are processing and using in the understand level. So the remember needed, understand needed, then only they can move into the apply level. And some students, what they do is they go beyond apply level. So they will divide into your, means you taught a concept, they will start analyzing why this concept, what is behind this. They will move into the sub-concept also. Even though it is not needed for the examination point of view, they will learn, some students. So they are called in the analysis level. So a student who is in understand level, but he is not able to apply, then he or she cannot move into the analysis level. Only when they are able to apply, then only they can analyze. And some students, what they will do is, so they will go beyond that. They will compare the concept what we taught in the class with the standard already available. So they will be just comparing with the available standard and they will evaluate the merits and demerits of the concept with respect to the standard. They are evaluating. So such as students are called in level 5, that is the evaluate level. And there are some students, they are in the 6th level. What they will do means their learning will modify. They will be able to modify the concept. If you modify this, it will become a new concept. Or by learning this, they may come out with a new concept. Such as students are in level 6, that is called create. So you are teaching a concept in the classroom. The students may process in 6 different levels. You may set CO, say in apply level, then what you are teaching inside the class should be in the apply level. So of course, the remember and understand they are essential for the apply level, and you should at least give one example for the apply level. Even if you conduct in the apply level, all the students will not be able to process the information and use the information in apply level. Some students, they will stick on to the remember level. And some they understand, but they are not interested for the apply level. But remember, the engineering, the first level, the beginning level is the apply for engineering. For general science, there may be, it may start from the understanding level. But remember is needed, but no program recommend remember level. They say either start with understand or apply. The analysis, evaluate, create, they normally, it cannot be tested in a 3-hour test, but this comes in the research level. Maybe the project assignment can test or assess the attainment of analysis, evaluate, and create level. So this is one simple example to understand the Bloom's taxonomy. So now we can see the each level. The first one is the remember. Remember is retrieving relevant knowledge from long-term memory. So the knowledge may be factual, conceptual, or procedural. See, the remember is essential for meaningful learning and problem solving. Name, list, locate, label, describe, find, prove a theorem, and many more. So the example, draw the circuit diagram of a PN junction. Understood. The meaning is whether they are understanding the meaning of what we are teaching. So the sub-processor and action verb. There are many sub-processes related to the understand. The one is the interpret. So the interpret means converting information from one representational form to another. See, when you read an article in English, only when you are understanding, then only you can translate into Tamil. So interpreting, paraphrasing, and clarify and represent. And exemplify. So illustrate and instantiate means specific example of a general concept. So in the classroom, the teacher teaches a concept and the teacher asks the students to give one specific example for the concept. Only when you understand the concept, then only you can exemplify. Give example. Exemplify means giving example to a general concept. This comes under understand. And classify, categorize. So categorize, there are many concepts available. Categorize the concept. The categorization, classification is possible only when you understand what is the meaning of each group. Summarize. So generalize and abstract. So in the research article, when you write a research article, only when you understand the research article, then only you will be able to write abstract or the conclusion. So summary. And infer. What do you infer from this? Find a pattern. You are learning some concept. In the concept, what is the concept behind that, or what is the pattern in the concept you are learning? What do you infer from this? This also comes in the understand level. And comparison, finding the difference and matching, mapping. This comes in the understanding level. And then explain. The higher level in the understand is the explain. Normally we use the word explain to frame question. So the explain means when they are explaining, they need to explain the effect and also what causes the effect. So explain the meaning is it should contain the detail of cause and effect. So the starting from interpret, exemplify, classify, summarize, infer, compare, and explain. So there are 7 subgroups within the understand. So example, explain in detail the working principle of three-phase induction motor. So the three-phase induction motor, how it works, what are the effects, what causes the effect. Then only it will be called, the answer is in the explain level. So now we move on to the third. It is a very, very important level, especially for the engineering. The beginning of engineering level should be apply level. So use procedures to perform exercises and to solve problems. You are using some procedure to solve problems. So this is linked with procedural knowledge. Procedural knowledge. So you can apply only when you know the procedure, how to apply, where to apply. So the word execute or carry out, when you are using in your question, the word execute or carry out, it may be in your question or in the outcomes. The thing is, the students are going to solve a problem which is in the familiar domain. Already you have taught in the classroom, just we are changing the data and you are asking the student to execute a program or to carry out some operation. That execute and carry out normally we use for a familiar task. So students are taught in one concept and one application level, and if they think further, they will be able to apply this in a different area, unfamiliar area. In that case, we will be using implement. So they know some procedure. When you are using the action verb implement, they need to implement the procedure in an unfamiliar task. So whatever you are teaching in the classroom, that is familiar to the students. When you use the action on implement, it should be in the unfamiliar task. So the action verb, determine, calculate, compute, estimate, solve, draw, modify, find. These all are the action verb normally used for the apply level. So example, design a band pass filter to provide a gain of 4 dB in the pass band, 50 Hz or carry out a familiar task. See here the word design is used. The design here represents only the apply level, not the create level. And the fourth level is the analysis level. Breaking materials into its constituent parts and determining how the parts are related to one another and to overall structure. So when there is a bicycle, some people they remove all the part and they will be able to reassemble it. They know how the parts are interconnected and how they work. So this is the analysis processing. So the action verbs differentiate, so discriminate, differentiate. So if you use the discriminate, differentiate, it can be in understand level also. In analysis level means it is actually really a difficult task. Organize, structure, integrate, find coherence, outline, and pause. Outlining. So outlining, when you are using the word, you have to be very careful. You should really represent the analysis level. So determine the intention of the author of the presented material. So attribute, the characteristics you are finding. When you read something, what is the intention of the author? So when you read a concept, what is the idea behind the concept? So to analyze that, you have to understand the sub-concept also, and you should know how they are related. So the example, analyze why, background, and standard. So here evaluating one information with some standard. So the criteria may be related to the quality, effectiveness, efficiency, or consistency. It may be related to quality, effectiveness, efficiency, or consistency. So standard may be qualitative or quantitative. Maybe in numbers or it may be qualitative. So some of the action verb to check, test, detect, monitor, coordinate. So when you are using these words, it is normally checking for internal inconsistencies. When there is a device available, you need to check internal inconsistencies. When there is a block diagram, you will be evaluating whether it will be working or not. In such a case, you should understand the internal inconsistencies. You will be just checking. And critic means judging based on external critics, external criteria. Okay, it is not internal. You have a block diagram, you compare with other block diagram. What are the merits and demerits, how they function, and based on that you will be evaluating. So this is judge. When you use the word judge, it is normally for critic. Evaluating based on external criteria. The test, detect, monitor, coordinate, which are to detect the internal inconsistency, checking for internal inconsistencies. Here you are not comparing with any standard, but internally you are evaluating whether these will function together. So example, is this the best method to test the machine? So here it starts with is. Even though it starts with is, it is in the evaluate level. So the sixth one is the create level. So putting elements together to form a coherent or functional whole, which is clearly not present before. So when you learn many concepts, if your first time you are combining all the concept, then it will become new. Or if you are modifying some part of the concept, then it will become new. Then you are in the create level. So the action verb or produce, carry out a plan to solve a problem. So the carry out can also be used in the apply level. So creation requires factual, conceptual, procedural, and metacognition knowledge. Metacognition knowledge is thinking about your thinking. Okay, you should know about yourself also, how you are thinking and what you are thinking. So factual, conceptual, procedural, and metacognition knowledge. The example for create level is devise a method to improve the accuracy of something above 90%. If you remember level, understand level, and apply level, but it is very difficult to ask question in the analysis, evaluate, and create level. Because to analyze something, and to evaluate something, or to create something requires a lot of time. Therefore, the assignment, mini project, field work, or further training, these activities can be used to test the students in the analysis, evaluate, and create level. So we need to be cautious about the use of action verb. Already I told, simple use of keywords may not represent, or may not measure or indicate the intended learning levels. In Bloom's taxonomy, there are 6 levels. Remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. So we also learned some keywords, the action verb that represent each level. Simply, if you use that action verb in a question, it doesn't mean that the question is in that particular Bloom's taxonomy level. Okay, the Bloom's taxonomy level has to be decided by the answer which are going to be provided by the student for your question. So one action verb may represent 2 different cognitive levels. So we are coming to the end of the presentation. So just I summarize, we started with education. So when students enter into your college, they have to leave as a good graduate with a stated outcome. The outcomes are the characteristics of the student in 3 domains: knowledge, skill, and attitude. So the outcome-based education In educational institute, we focus everything towards the students' attainment of outcomes. So first we start with the outcome and we define the curriculum, instruction, that is teaching, and the assessment. Curriculum for the students to attain the outcome, teaching for the students to attain the outcome, assessment to test whether the students have attained or not. Program outcome, program specific outcome, course outcome. Program specific outcome is what students will be able to accomplish after 3 to 5 years of graduation. Program outcome, the program educational objective is immediately after completing the degree. The program specific outcome, it is different for different program. Be computer science will have one PSO, be electrical and electronics engineering will have another set of PSO. It is specific to the area of specialization. And this is also what the students will be able to do in their area of specialization at the time of graduation. And the course outcome, after completing each course, what the students will be able to do. So ultimately, we need our vision to be attained. For that, first students start with the course outcome attainment. This will lead to the attainment of program outcome and program specific outcome. And with that outcome, they will attain the program educational objective that will move towards the mission and vision of the department as well as the institute. So in the design process of the learning outcomes and also assessing the students, we need to classify how we need to set the outcomes, in what level it has to be, in what level we expect our students to use and process the information provided. For that, one best taxonomy is the Bloom's taxonomy. It consists of 6 levels: remember, understand, apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. So a teacher should understand these 6 levels and the action verb associated with that, and how to frame the outcomes using the Bloom's taxonomy, and also to assess the attainment, how to frame questions using the action verb properly. So thank you all. If you have any question, you can ask me now.
Very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, I have a question. If I want to ask a student to derive an expression for momentum equation.
It can be, depending upon the answer. So some people will consider this as a remember level. Some will consider as the understand level. If you feel that it is in the understand level, you give what the answer now you gave. Because the students, they have to understand these concepts, then only they will be able to derive. In such a case, you can justify that it is in the understand level. Even if somebody says that it is in the remember level. Okay, always there will be a fuzziness in using the Bloom's taxonomy, but you should have a proper justification.
So if he is using some fundamental equation, for example, from Newton's second law of motion, and he is making changes with the Newton's second law of motion, and he is deriving a new equation, whether shall we put it in apply level, sir?
So he is deriving
the source equation he is taking is Newton's second law of motion. F is equal to ma, force is equal to mass into acceleration. From that he is extracting and he is making modification with the equation, and he is deriving a new one. Whether it can be in apply level.
So he is deriving. This also comes in the derivation. It is done by the student, him or herself, or it is already taught in the class.
It is already taught in the class, sir.
Then it will not come in the apply level. Actually, it may be in the remember or understand level. Normally, the proving theorem that comes in the remember level.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? Is there any question from the YouTube viewers? I think if it is YouTube, and somebody has to read in the Google Meet. Any other questions? So the level of the question has to be decided by how student process the information and how they use the cognitive process.
Dear professors, if you have any queries, please raise it now. If not, then we will move on to the okay, professor. Actually, this is the need of the hour. Most of the institutions they are going for the assessment examinations, so that's why they will be getting a lot of inputs for designing their question paper with respect to the Bloom's taxonomy and the design of the learning outcomes. On behalf of the participants, Professor, may I request the PowerPoint presentation may be shared so that it will be disseminated to our participants, Professor?
Yes, sir. I sent the PowerPoint to it.
Thank you, Professor. Thank you. So, on behalf of Hindustan Institute of Technology, and also on my own behalf, and also on behalf of our faculty professors in this 2 days national seminar, it gives me immense pleasure to thank our Professor Dr. A. Milton, having shared his expertise during this afternoon session. So thank you, Professor. Again, we'll be going to have your expertise in some other programs also. So thank you, Professor.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Participants can leave now. Tomorrow's first technical session starts at 10:30 a.m. We will be giving you the link details and also the YouTube link details in the WhatsApp group. So thank you all.